let's hop in. We got a new game because apparently I can't just start one. I can't just start one when I'm like resetting my schedule. I gotta always have two at all times. Ooh, hello, Ollie. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, we're here with Positive Elimination. The title theme, it basically just sounds like a mental catalepsy from Mad Rat Dead, but you know, that makes sense. It's the same composer. The game is voice acted in Japanese. I did kind of look a little bit in the options earlier, yeah, and I did see voices. So I'm not sure how I'll tackle that. I know with the Famicom Detective Club games, I still did the acting over that, and I know that was a little clunky. So maybe I won't do that. Maybe this time I'll just go with the flow. You can tell them to shut up and do it yourself. We'll feel it out. We'll feel it out. But yeah, no. Okay. I think we're all good. We can just, yeah. Let's go ahead and start, you know? I feel like I'm partially responsible for this. But yeah. I mean, Rui and Ami kind of doing a bros attack on me for this one. A little bit. But you know, it's all good. Let's hop in and let's get going. It's a rainy day in June, with clouds covering the entire nation. The live broadcast of a new gaming release is suddenly disrupted. Ow. Oh. We got freaks. We got frame one freaks on the screen. On one side a recent ground, the other a total shut-in. Who do you despise more? Oh man. For those who have been here on the stream for a long time, getting some real "do you know what a majority vote is" vibes here. Without any further ado, this loathsome grads will disappear before your very eyes. For the fate of a quartered doll. Oh. Ooh. Whoa. Oh. You know, yeah. Strong first impression, yeah. Jacob's right. I'm in for a ride, I do think. One way or another. Hello, dear consumers, and adieu to the consumed. Dismembering the reviled with the simple press of a button. Quite good, no? Downright refreshing, even. It's best to eliminate those who don't share your values. Majority rules, after all. Whatever bloke thought that up was truly a sadistic genius. Alright. Oh, man. There's just no better system. The path to peace must be painted by the blood of the minority. Whoa. Those behind this policy, the eminent among the many, give less thought to the few than they would an ant. Must hand it to them. It's simply ruthless. Oh, okay. Alright, man. It was a joke. I wouldn't want to get canceled on social media over this. Oh goodness, this won't do. No, I've neglected to introduce myself. So sorry. His Grace, or is it Your Grace? Let's say Your Grace, the quartering duke, an entertainer, come to bring amusement to your world. From now on, every soul in this nation will be provided with entertainment to stir the mind. So please, indulge until you're full to bursting. Should you object to your Grace's choice of recreation, you are invited to try and reveal his true nature. Such a show can't exist without diversity, you see, for this is a clash between tragic, savage carnage and the comical, cultural stylings of justice. We currently have about 5,000 viewers. And for tonight's final act, a question from your Grace to all our viewers at home. Now, I don't know about that, Duke, because according to my current stats, I have like, I don't know, somewhere around 5 to 10. But you know, whatever you say. 7, to be precise. Hold on. Okay, accidentally hovered over the thing. Shut in after experiencing vicious bullying at school. No love for his mother, who raised him alone. Every day, he would hit and yell at her. Before long, she fell ill and died without his noticing. This individual was saved by your first impression. With that, I ask, do you still like him? Should over half the viewers say so, I'll release him. I hate him. Fuck, I hate it. Seems not even 500 people liked him. A shame. Nothing short of a tragedy. Truly, this sorrow is too much to bear. However, the quartering Duke snaps his fingers. That's what makes us the very finest entertainment. Alas, it will soon be time to part ways. As for myself, your Duke that is, I'm the enemy of those who mindlessly consume, and a friend to those consumed. Thus I take my leave. Do enjoy the show. The video cuts off at 4 minutes 52 seconds. As a hacked broadcast, those who ran the website were powerless to stop it. The video, just shy of 5 minutes, is shared across the net, mostly among the youth. But things don't end with that. Not just the broadcasted victims, but others killed in the same manner are soon discovered. The common thread, at least 2 victims are always found at once, with their lock screen set to the symbol of the quartering Duke. The police pour all of their resources into investigating the case, but turn up nothing. Pair by pair, more and more bodies surface, until half a year later, over 100 have been killed since that first broadcast. The sheer number of victims and brutality of the murders fling society into chaos. And now we have not Shuichi Saihara, which is the other thing I knew about this game, that the main guy is, this is just, it's Shuichi. It's Shuichi V3. Also, I have realized I am in fact a theater kid at heart. I will have to, I'm doing the voices. I can't stop myself. I'm sorry to say. No disrespect to the VAs, this is just in my blood. Quartering Duke, an entertainer. What he's doing is basically a snuff show. I grip my phone as tight as I read articles about the murders, speaking aloud despite myself. I've seen the effects of this Duke all around me. People are terrified to go outside, and stores have even shortened their hours. What's worse, he gained some traction among young copycats taken by his charisma. With the police overwhelmed, small private agencies like mine are in huge demand. Apparently, even the FBI is getting involved. Is Shuichi's 2C2Ichi? I don't know. I'm not on all these streams, so I can't be starting as many bits like that. It's not Ollie's stream, and it's not a platformer playthrough in November. I gotta not think about bits like this right now. Past events have already stoked the need for this line of work, but the Duke has only made things worse. The media jeers at the detective craze. Mr. Gonjoji says the ideal society is a peaceful one where detectives are starved for work. He may be right about that. As I lay in wait for my mark, I recall my mentor's words and sigh to myself. I work for the Gunjoji Detective Agency. It's probably one of the punier agencies around, though nowadays we're buzzing with activity. I'm a student working part-time, but they plan to recruit me once I've graduated. The situation must be getting pretty serious nationwide. Ideal society has no use for detectives, huh? The thought alone makes me a bit miserable. Is this the reality faced by all aspiring detectives? Okay, that's enough of that. My worries run wild when I'm on my own. It's a bad habit, but I've got to focus on work. There he is. My mark is on the move. Oh? After a moment's pause, the man clad in a trench coat starts off down the road again. I make sure I'm out of earshot before calling in my report, just as my mentor had instructed. Wato here. The target's on the move. He's headed right where you predicted, Mr. Gunjoji. I'll stay on the lookout for any traps as I continue tailing him. Quieting my steps, I follow the man cautiously. He's our top suspect in the serial pet killer case. And according to Mr. Gunjoji, he may be armed. Whatever I do, I absolutely cannot allow my presence to be detected. Can I help you? Suddenly the man is right in front of me, and I reflexively take a step back. Have you noticed me following him, despite the cover of darkness and my voice being out of earshot? What? Oh, no, I'm all good. I'm, actually running late for cram school, so, gotta go! As I try to move past him, the man blocks my path. I doubt you'll make it in time if you keep matching my pace and stopping every time I do. Your expression gives everything away, -1 point. Not that you should really be that surprised. You'd only stop at a completely empty street like this if you were tailing someone. That, or checking if someone's tailing you. So the very act of pausing here was a trap. Ugh, how can I make such a rookie mistake? Didn't even register with me. I have no one to blame but myself. You're a fresh face. Who are you? Certainly no detective or policeman, given your noisy slipshod attempt at shadowing me. No detective? Blood rushes to my face. I poured everything into becoming a detective. His words sting worse than a slap to the face. There's just no way I can let that slide. Don't patronize me. I'm Wato Hojo, assistant at the Gunjoji Detective Agency. We already know you've been snooping around here, and that you have a knife. You're suspected of severe animal abuse. Now come quietly, I'm turning you into the police. I'd hoped the edge of my voice would intimidate him, but the man only lets out an exasperated sigh. Actually giving out your name, -3 points. This isn't some TV show, kid. Real detectives never reveal their true identities. But you can't get enough of those over-the-top crime dramas, can you? As much as I hate it, he's read me like a completely open book. The moment a detective reveals himself always seems so cool on television, but he's right. Sharing your identity in this line of work is far too dangerous. Something to keep in mind next time. And does the detective's assistant plan to arrest me on his own? A grown man you fully believe to be armed? The man slides his hand into his pocket and readies his stance. Whoa. He's clearly holding a weapon. This isn't the first time I've gone up against someone armed with a knife, but I still feel my hair standing on end. I mean, your hair's always standing on end, you know, the Hojo guy, but I digress. My heart slams frantically against my ribcage as I freeze up, willing my trembling legs to remain steady. No, I know I'm not ready for that, so instead I called for backup. I just need to buy time until my boss arrives. You think you can buy yourself time, Mr. Wannabe Detective? I will! In fact, I have to. One of the pets you killed belonged to a classmate of mine. She's still terrified and traumatized as a result of your prowling about. Being a detective, it's my duty to stop you! Bringing you to justice is the only way to restore the peace in her life. I'll be damned if I let you escape! I tear off my jacket and wrap it around my left wrist to form a makeshift glove, a guard against his knife. In my dominant hand, I grip a pair of handcuffs like brass knuckles. Armed as best I can, I face off with the man. All right, man. The man just watches me, showing no signs of movement. Good. He's probably never seen anyone use handcuffs for self-defense before. It's only natural he'd be wary. I learned this trick from Mr. Gunjoji. What's great about it is that it never fails to catch people by surprise the first time. I need to stall this out, even if it's just for a little while. Keeping this face-off going is my top priority. Ikusa School of Arrest techniques, I take it. Quite the rare fighting style you picked up, boy. Huh? I'm struck speechless. What are the odds he'd know this tactic? I fumble for an answer, but my mind goes blank. Paralyzed in the face of an enemy. -5 points. Don't expect odd techniques to phase a man of my age. It would work on your typical criminal, however, and you were quick to adapt when all odds were stacked against you. That's an exemplary quality in a detective. You get 10 points, kid. I see why the chief endorsed you. The man suddenly backs down and speaks with a smile. Wait, what? Is this another trap? Glancing my way, he continues. Sorry for the misunderstanding, but the culprit you're looking for is the victim's neighbor. I've already handed him over to the police. No job, no comfort, no direction in life, until he became obsessed with the quartering Duke and decided to follow in his footsteps. Couldn't work up the nerve to hack people apart, but animals gave him no trouble at all. Disgusting. Who are you exactly? Upon hearing my question, the man pulls what looks to be a tablet out of his pocket. The screen shows a familiar symbol and the words Detective Alliance. The Detective Alliance? I can't help but yell out the name. The Detective Alliance, the very organization I revere more than anything else. That's right, I'm part of the Detective Alliance, the only government-recognized detective organization in the country. I'm sure an aspiring detective like yourself has heard of it. Of course! It's a mysterious coalition of 100 renowned detectives that always sends the perfect match for the job. The Alliance has solved every case it's ever had, and each of its members has an alliance based on their defining traits. Looks like you know quite a bit about this mysterious coalition, Detective Fanboy. As I calm down, my face begins to burn bright red. I let my excitement carry me around on a totally nerdy rant. We keep referring to this saying as the nation or this country. We're in the country of not Japan. Still, the Detective Alliance has been the dream I've aspired to ever since I learned about it from Mr. Gunjoji. No, it's Japanifornia, like Ace Attorney. That D-pad you're holding is a hallmark of none other than the Alliance itself. You really are a detective, aren't you? Bingo. Call me Senior Detective. Been in the Alliance for eons, though. These days I mostly scout recruits and provide support. Still, none of the younger generation can out-investigate me. Especially with cases as cold as that pet killer one. Switch game, don't use that shit, true. As prideful as he sounds, I can tell by his expression that he's speaking purely from well-earned experience. He has an air about him that's unlike anyone I've ever met, the kind that could only come from a member of the Detective Alliance. As secretive as it is, the Detective Alliance has grown more famous by the day thanks to the recent detective craze. Even now, the news is full of stories about the cases cracked by Detective Alliance members. Then there's all the terrorist plots in the wake of the Quartering Duke incidents that they've thwarted with almost zero leads. I can already see so many blurbos that we'll be learning about later. The whole reason I joined the detective agency was to carve a path to earning a spot alongside those detectives one day. Looked up to by detectives far and wide, the Detective Alliance is the absolute paragon for those pursuing justice. I apologize for my rudeness here, Detective Sir. Shouting accusations at you and I couldn't be more clueless. Don't be. I was egging you on after all. No need for the sir either. In our field, the Alliance itself serves the title of respect. The senior detective amicably shrugs off my apology. His unshakable calm only makes me warier of where this is going. Then, as if noticing how on edge I look, he continues to speak. I'll cut to the chase. I'm here to scout you. We plan to meet at the base of operations to discuss how to handle the quartering Duke incidents, and we want you to attend. Huh? I respond lamely, unable to fully grasp what he's saying. I'll say it again. We want you to join our investigation of the quartering Duke case as a member of the Detective Alliance. The sound I make is so shrill and alien, I scare even myself. I pinch my cheek just to make sure this isn't some dream. Ow! Nope, not a dream. Maybe this is Mr. Gung Joji's idea of a prank? No sign of him anywhere, so probably not. Which means... Hold on, distract though. This isn't a joke, right? Not at all. We've received direct orders from the government to put an end to the quartering Duke's reign of terror. A chosen few detectives will convene at HQ to solve this case and take down the most vile homicidal maniac of the century. My mind goes blank again, but if this is real, then my dream is coming true far sooner than I ever imagined. There was so much I could learn, so many accomplished detectives I could meet. Ideal detectives like the ones I aspire to be, the kind who could have prevented the tragedy that unfolded before my eyes 10 years ago. I'm sure you have a million questions, but I want to hear what you intend first. Will you join us at the table and help stop the quartering Duke? Give me your answer, yes or no. Oh, hold on. Real quick. How many save slots do I have even? Is this a game where I'm gonna have to make a bunch of them? Depending on the choices I make? Oh man. 48 is such a oddly specific number. But I'll take it. Boing. Ugh. How can I hesitate? I state my intentions loud and clear. Your choices don't matter, actually. We figured it out. Yes! The moment I try to answer, the detective's arm hooks around my neck and begins to squeeze like a vice. It's so tight I can't breathe. I flail and kick frantically, but all I hit is the air and the ground below my feet. I feel a prick as a slender needle pierces the skin of my neck. Uh-oh. What feels like liquid ice begins to pump through my veins. My skin turns pale, my limbs go numb, and my strength fades. My vision blurs, and as my legs start to give out, I sag against the man restraining me. And then, as if the stars have been swept from the night sky, everything goes black. Well, it's true that I asked. There was never actually the option to refuse. For you see, we have a duty to attend. The Detective Elimination Project. Oh, okay. That's why it's called the... It's the name of the movie! I haven't felt this way in a long time. My consciousness drags sluggishly, as if I'm trapped in thick mud, helplessly sinking deeper and deeper. As much as I try to shut it out, that traumatic nightmare pulls me in once again. Oh. We're in what looks like a sewer now, except it's very, like, split with green. In my dream, I'm running down a dark, frigid corridor, holding on tight to the hand of a girl my age. Wato, I can't run anymore. You need to go on without me. You have to escape. What are you saying, Saika? We're getting out here together. I made a promise, didn't I? But my legs. The girl is beautiful with bewitching black hair, pure white skin, and light purple eyes reminiscent of hydrangeas. I remember nothing else about her, but I'm sure at the time she was very precious to me. And then, right before my eyes, a blade swings down and slashing her, covering her in a burst of red. I clutch onto her before she can collapse and face the criminal that did this to her. It's the target symbol! I always knew big business would be the death of us all. The massive, unmistakably inhuman silhouette emits a strange mechanical whir. Its murderous intent is nearly enough to pierce through flesh as it focuses on me. I prepare to die as no more than a child. But at that moment... Wato. The girl in my arms strains to get the words out as her voice begins to fail. I might escape if I leave her now and run, but maybe I can still save her. There's no way I could just abandon her. You have to live. Become the hero. We'll save everyone. No. That's all I can remember. My memory cuts out completely, as if the next page has been torn out. However, since I'm alive, it's obvious what came after. I traded Saika's life to save my own. This was the mass kidnapping and confinement incident I was in a decade ago. The reason I became a detective. Shadowy organization took 16 children and locked them in an underground prison for a month, never to be caught. Am I supposed to just live with the sacrifice that came out of that? Like Saika? I was too incompetent to save even one girl, but I refused to leave it there. My heart and soul demand I see it through. I will become a great detective, a hero, and one day I will reveal the truth behind what happened 10 years ago. 16, just like Danganronpa. Unfortunately true. I finally come to. My eyelids are so heavy, just opening them is an undertaking. It was one long dream. It was one I've had countless times before. Of that fateful day I swore I'd become a detective. That incident remains unsolved to this day. What really happened all those years ago? Ding dong dong ding. As a survivor, the vague testimony I provided didn't help much. The case has gone cold for 10 years now. I've got to find the truth, to track down the villain who killed Saika, a girl I owe my life to. That's why I entered this line of work. With that aside, my whole body is aching right now. My mattress feels like a rock and smells like rust. I managed to pry my eyes open, but everything's pitch black. What's more, I can't even move. My limbs are restrained like I've been wrapped in some kind of sleeping bag. Don't tell me I'm trapped in here. What's going on? Mustering all my strength, I try to worm my way out. Suddenly my vision is flooded by a bright light. Whatever restrained me slackens as my own momentum forces me upright. The sight I'm met with is... a forest. And that sound. Are those ocean waves? A forest, or as the British would call it, a weld, apparently, as me and Rui found out yesterday. I can't fucking believe they named that Pokemon track Slumbering Weld. Like, who fucking calls a forest that? Lush woodland lies before my eyes. And beneath me is an old, rusty locker. I guess that's why I'd just been stuffed into a second ago. Ouch! My whole body's killing me. How long was I crammed inside this thing? Who would do this to me, and why? When did I even get here? What the heck is going on? My head swirls in confusion as I try to recall what happened last. That's right, I met that old man and senior detective. And then... The haziness clears as I begin to remember. I was suddenly attacked by senior detective and eventually lost consciousness. All jokes related to V3 aside, I have no explanation for the locker, genuinely. Oh yeah, they do start the game in the locker in V3. I didn't even remember that for a second, but fuck. He claimed to be part of the Detective Alliance, but maybe that was just a bluff. Wait, if he was lying about being part of the DA, that means the pet killer's still at large. I've got to get back ASAP. I reach out to grab my smartphone, but after a frantic search, I realize that my front pockets have been emptied. As I continue searching my person, I notice an unfamiliar weight in my back pocket. That's weird. I don't normally keep stuff back there. Suspicious, I carefully pluck the foreign object from my pocket. It's a tablet device, like an oversized smartphone, more or less. The moment I see it, though, a chill runs down my spine. No way, is this? I lift it up, touching the buttons out of habit. Then a notification appears. Authentication successful. Good morning, Wato Hojo. Seems you got your D-pad working, hmm? Sure you were drugged, but sex alive, boy. Out cold for 3 days straight? -1 point. As the tablet comes to life, a familiar voice emanates from its speaker. This is Senior Detective, the agent who brought you here. We met 3 days ago, though to you, I suppose it'd feel like it only just happened. Wait, I was out for 3 days? 3 days! So Senior Detective's the one reaching out to me. I knew I recognized his voice from before. Still, his tone is pretty nonchalant for a kidnapper. I can't help but feel irritated. While I'm certain you think I've deceived you, you are in fact the newest member of the Detective Alliance. 3 days sleeping in a locker, yeah, oof. I think my ass would just be dead. If you doubt me, view the detective roster on your D-pad. An electronic device you know is a trademark of the Alliance. As an official member of the Alliance, your personal information should already be recorded in the database. I open up the tablet and look through the roster he mentioned. There, I find my profile, beginning with my full legal name. Wato Hojo, detective rank 100. Yep, that's me. It even lists details only Mr. Gunjoji would know, like my skills and work experience. Ouch, my special skill is housework? I'm no great detective, sure, but that's a low blow. I wonder what else is on here. It lists other detectives' ranks and alliances too? Not to mention intel and investigation statuses on recent atrocities. From the latest incidents all the way back to before I was born, it's a robust selection of key documents about cases infamous to the public. Far too much for one person to read, frankly. Even at a glance, most of the content seems to be highly technical in nature. This is way too much effort for a prank. Meaning the DA really did recruit me? Can I trust what the senior detective says? So I've actually been recruited by the Detective Alliance? This isn't a joke, right, Senior Detective, sir? You're listening to a recording at present. An emergency came up, so I've hidden you in the woods while I go to address it. Go to the woods. So that's how it is. I'm assuming this was a phone call, but I guess that's not the case. Oh, okay, so I can look at all of this now. Okay. Oh man, that is a lot. Okay, it basically just tells us about, like, the details of the Detective Alliance. Okay. Okay. I could probably read through that much on my own time, but okay, we got a whole bunch of ones that we don't know, and we got the 2 that we do know. Oh man, they got stats like it's D&D in here. Lias unrecorded, Wato Hojo, 17 years old, cases solved 0, notable cases none. Hobby, collecting publications on home, special skill housework. A male high school student who assists at the office of a private detective agency. 3 years ago, his aunt, a police officer, introduced him to the Gunjoji agency, where he began working part-time. Since then, he studied the basics of detective work, in addition to performing copious chores. Wato trained in the Inkusa School of Arrest Techniques, a form often used by security guards. Although he lacks a proficiency, his instincts for it are good and have the potential to improve at an explosive rate if paired with some other special ability. Conversely, he is a professional when it comes to housework. Without him, the agency would be a sea of garbage within a week's time. 0 cases solved, 0 notable cases. 17 years old, true. Those stats will be important, but don't worry about it right now. Alright. I mean, yeah, as Adam says, it's not my first time having to worry about stats in a visual novel. I played Genosha. I loved Genosha. Still waiting for that anime adaptation of Genosha in 2 months' time. I don't think it'll be as good as the game, but I'm still, like, optimistic about it. Senior Detective. Rank retired. Cases solved 419. Notable cases. The Eccentric Architecture series. The Alice Castle killings. Hobbies. People watching. DIY. Special skill. Architectural design. A veteran detective who, like Vidocq, survived the Dayless Night incident and helped to found the Detective Alliance. During one particular case, he made a grave error that resulted in a loss of life and his subsequent retirement. He now works behind the scenes, scouting and mentoring promising young detectives. Yeah, he's pretty much got us clocked on everything except the bottom 2 stats. If we're comparing feats here. Senior is retired. This ain't about him, I guess. He's old. That's all I need to know. Assumed it was a phone call, but I guess that's not the case. Detective settings must have been configured to play this voice message as soon as it was finished authenticating. When you're ready, open up the map on your D-pad. Then, make your way through the woods and head for the manor at the peak. When you're ready, open the map on your D-pad. Okay, gotcha. Once there, you should meet the others. I promise to head over myself once I'm able. So just wait for me in front of the manor. And one more thing. Do not, under any circumstances, enter the structure you'll see along the way. But what if? Unauthorized entry will result in far worse than a subtraction of points. Follow my orders like your very life depends on it. Senior Detective speaks without pause. The moment he's finished, the sound cuts out abruptly. I stand there in a daze, holding the tablet, my new D-pad in one hand. I lift my head and peer through the tree line, making out the shape of a mountain with an imposing manor resting on its summit. Is that the building Senior Detective was referring to? While I don't fully trust him, my options are limited. Press for choice, I open the map application on my tablet. Various graphics appear on screen, displaying the surrounding area. Morgue. Ooh. All that blue surrounding everything must be the ocean, which means I've been taken to a remote island. Morgue. Is that the name of this place? Never heard of it. Could I be in a foreign country or something? Either way, getting all gloomy won't solve things. I use my fingers to zoom in on the map, holding the find more info to go off of. The screen then displays my current location and a few details about the vicinity. Gormenghast. Just as Senior Detective said, there seems to be some sort of manor atop the peak. Plus another structure near the tree line. Without any other clues to guide me, I decide to follow Senior Detective's instructions for now. Oh, I need to register my Detective Alliance on here, but I don't have any talents, and I'd definitely regret putting something random. Nope, I've got nothing. I appreciate they gave him little lip flaps. I do always love when the sprites are animated, even if it is just a little thing. The tablet hums quietly as I trek on. Before long, I see a parting in the trees. A massive heliport stretches before me. To its right sits a relatively small 3-story building. Save your game, perhaps? I mean, I did like 2 minutes ago, but you know, if you're saying it, I might as well do it again. Though it blocks my line of sight, I assume that the manor is just up ahead on the top of the hill. The structure here must be the one Senior Detective warned me against entering. It's not like I really trust the guy, so I'm admittedly a bit curious to sneak a peek inside. As soon as the thought crosses my mind, a sudden sense of unease washes over me. On my tablet's map, I see numerous circular icons displayed within the building's walls. They're waiting in there to kill me. And not just a handful either. Dozens of icons crowd around like ants swarming over food. Judging by my own mark on the map, I think these icons are all people? But if that's the case, what does this mean? My apprehension refuses to die down. I get the sense that going in there would only end in regret, just as Senior Detective had warned. I need to decide my next step carefully. I will. No doubt about it. I gotta check this building out first. It'd be risky to just blindly trust Senior Detective after all. These circular icons are obviously people, which would indicate others are already in there. Makes a lot more sense to meet with them here instead of wandering around on my own. Senior Detective must be trying to prevent me from joining up with anyone else. That's gotta be it. Not a fan of everything going monochrome and like with the what's it called? The color bleed on the edges. How about I do anyway? I speak aloud, desperately trying to calm my frantic heartbeat. With great trepidation, I slowly approach the entrance. I slowly open the door. A dark shadow is faintly visible from the glass door of the building. Just as I suspected, there are other people here. With a moment of hesitation, I push the glass door open and rush inside. Hello, I'm a new member of the Detective Alliance, and... My voice hitches and my eyes widen like saucers as my train of thought comes to a grinding halt. All from the shock of seeing the horrific scene that lay before me. A large mound rests in the open space beyond the entryway. Haphazard pile, blackened and dead, reeking of rotten cheese and fetid garbage. Ooh, you know, it's a normal one. It's a normal one, you know. We're having a normal time today. Convincing myself that it's fake, I draw closer. Then I lock eyes with one. Its cloudy gaze, a stark reminder of our shared mortality. It's heartbreakingly clear this corpse once belonged to a living being. My stomach lurches, its contents spilling from my mouth. I can't take it. Sinking to my knees, I suck in heavy breaths as my heart hammers so hard it threatens to burst. Senior Detective must have known. Regret fills me for not heeding his warning. I want to run, to break away and leave this place forever. Bitchin' guitar for our mental breakdown, though. I desperately focus all my energy into every lungful of air I take. But my pulse won't slow down. In fact, it keeps growing faster. My chest burns like it's on fire. No matter how hard I try to inhale, my chest only aches more and more until finally, I can no longer breathe. It's happening. I can't. My instincts tell me I've got to get outside, but my limbs are numb from the lack of oxygen. Heavy and useless, as if I'm deep underwater. I crawl, inching along like a caterpillar, but the exit is too far away. A feeling of doom overwhelms me as my strength ebbs away. I can't breathe. I need air. Can't take any more of this, please. Help me. Desperate, I try to scream, but I can't muster a sound. The pain is agonizing. All thoughts leave my head. Despite knowing no one will save me, my mind still cries out. Help! Someone, please help. I can't breathe. It hurts. I need to get out. I don't want to die. Help somebody, please help me. 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 Help. Something snaps. My vision fails. But at least the pain in my chest is finally gone. Huh? We're normal. With the start, I see the heliport stretching before me once more. I take deep breaths, trying to calm myself. The air tastes good somehow. Not sure why, but I feel like I just woke up from a nightmare. Oh, right. I was deciding whether I should check out that building or head to the manor. Head to the peak or investigate this building. This could very well be a fateful fork in my path. I need to stay calm, think rationally, and make the right choice here. I will. Ignore it. We'll be normal. I decided to do what Senior Detective suggested and make my way towards the manor at the peak of the mountain. My mentor always chided me for being so rash. Maybe I wouldn't have been abducted if I just waited for him like I was supposed to. Once more, I get this deep feeling of dread whenever I look at that building to the right of the heliport. I should follow Senior Detective's advice, especially considering that he must have a way better grasp of the situation than me. What is this place really? This island? I make my way up the mountain, quietly grumbling to myself when suddenly a chill runs down my spine. I quickly turn to look behind me, but the only thing in sight is that building. I get a strange feeling that going there would have had irrevocable consequences for me. My uneasiness lingers, but I turn my back and keep going in spite of it. We're normal. We're normal. We can see the alternate timelines. We're normal. I continue up the twisting mountain path for about 15 minutes, until at last I arrive at the manor door. There's a gentle incline, but I'm still spent. I wearily take a seat. I see my back against the outside wall of the manor. It's the exact kind of setting you expect in any mystery novel. The manor's exterior speaks to its age and smells faintly of lumber. During my approach, I could only gasp at the structure's imposing beauty. Upon closer inspection, I notice its windows are constructed from an unnaturally thick glass, impossible to break or peek through. I stand up and circle the perimeter, but there don't appear to be any points of entry aside from the front door. If anything, it seems like it was built to house prisoners, not residents. This definitely isn't your average manor. What on earth could be waiting within? I slow down and catch my breath. My hand is damp with sweat as I turn the knob of the manor's only entrance. A loud clank rings out as it swings open with ease. The interior seems normal enough. Am I just overthinking things? I ask weakly as I take a step inside. Just let go of the knob, the door closes on its own. Not one moment later. A sharp pain suddenly erupts in my head, causing me to stagger involuntarily. Shut up, my feet expands rapidly. My spine tingles as I feel something rush quickly towards me. Without even a moment of hesitation, I kick out and leap to the side. However, something slams hard against the back of my skull. The impact sends me flying. My vision swims, my mind already fading. I find myself unable to stand. Then the world fades to white. Avoid sudden death. Dies anyway. True. Yo, guys, this chump ain't waking up. How about I kick him around a bit? Don't be so violent, Rowdy. I hear voices nearby. I totes side with Doleful here. Violence is so not cool. Why don't we just, dump a bucket of water on him instead? That dude is just as extreme downtown. Let's try and consider our options rationally. If his vital organs are unresponsive, I shall administer a cardiac massage at once. No need for that. I think he's waking up. I open my eyes, but my vision is blurred. The dizzying pain in my head is unbearable. There's a constant ringing in my ears and my body won't move an inch. A wave of nausea comes over me, but I manage to stop myself from groaning. What happened? I vaguely recall being hit by something the moment I stepped into the manor. At last, my vision finally clears up. Who are you people? When my eyes refocus, I'm met with several unfamiliar faces and a sturdy rope binding me. I'm tied up, surrounded by a group of strangers. What in the world is going on? You lousy intruder! A girl in a sports jacket grabs me by the throat, glowering menacingly. She looks to be in her early teens, but her strength is incredible. I can't get a peep out while trapped in her iron grip. You got some stones jumping on us on our home turf. Who are you spying for, huh? Huh? Calm down, Rowdy Detective. To hell with that! This jamoke might have off some of our own. Plus, he won't even give us an answer. I ain't just gonna let that slide. Well, he can't talk if you're actively choking him. Now can he? Huh? Oh, crap. You got a point, Techie Detective. Sorry, intruder. My bad. 100%. The girl in the sports jacket lets me go, then immediately falls to her knees. Touching her head to the floor, she apologizes. It's okay. You don't need to grovel about it. I'm still in the dark here, but I get that you have every reason to suspect me. Yeah, they each have their own nicknames, it appears, like how we only called the old guy Senior Detective. That checks out. Hey, don't make us right. One bad turn deserves another, so come on, hit me! There's no way am I gonna do that! Besides, I can't. I'm all tied up. So please, stop bowing. I have literally no idea what's happening. Who are all of you? What's this island? What's going on around here? It's... alright. So I asked the so-called rowdy detective my questions. The boy in the wheelchair approaches us. I take it you aren't here of your own volition? You say you aren't informed on the situation, right? Yeah. All I know is that senior detective brought me here. This kid in particular looks like if you made malt marzipan from Fuga a human. Senior detective? The boy called Techie Detective cups his chin in thought. I checked your eyes to verify you were unconscious. Let's assume it wasn't a self-induced ruse for now. But Senior Detective bringing you to HQ? That doesn't sit well with me. Where do you fit in with the rest of us? What do you have to do with the Quartering Duke investigation? Yo, Earth Techie Detective. Ow! Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought. Riot Detective pokes Techie, snapping him out of his trance. He dips his head in apology. I'm as confused as ever right now, but I have heard of these two detectives before. Does that mean all of them, or? Anyways, we let this guy loose. Keep grilling him while he's all tied up, and people are gonna think we're into this kind of stuff. Hold on, Downtown Detective. Huh? What? Sorry. It's just, we should wait a bit longer, I think. I love Downtown's design immediately, I do gotta say. Like, that's a great design out from the get-go. The trendy girl responds with indignation, causing the frail boy to tear up. Nevertheless, he doesn't back down. Our enemy wields a deadly poison that can kill over 20 people. If this is him, he could wipe us all out just by scattering a trace amount of it. Freeing him without at least a pat-down would be far too dangerous. Oh yeah, guess I got a little antsy there. My bad. Dude, she's literally got she's literally got the cat smile. I'm like, the first impression is only getting better and better. Even though her idea got rejected, the trendy girl called Downtown Detective laughs as if nothing happened. Have the newbies been put in here yet? No, not yet. I assume we have to do like proper introductions in order to get them there. I just wanted to see if I could get a little ahead of the curve. Thanks, Doleful Detective. No wonder you're number 14. Mad props. Nonsense, I'm just paranoid. Still, I don't want any more victims, like all those people in the research facility. If anything, we need to be overcautious. The somewhat androgynous youth speaks with a voice full of fear. Victims, like those in the research facility? The comment catches my attention, but now isn't the time to be asking questions. Instead, I hold my tongue and continue to watch in silence. Just full suit of armor, huh? Fear not, Sir Doleful Detective. Even should his intentions prove nefarious, I, Armor Detective, swear to protect you. I didn't want to say Jasper coded, but you know, somebody had to. The armored man rests one hand on the youth he called Doleful Detective, and the other on Downtown Detective. Thanks, Armor. Physical exertion is a lot for me, so I appreciate it. Though the boy smiles at Armor Detective, Downtown Detective waves off the gauntlet, looking utterly repulsed. Yeah, nah, I'm good. You're like suffocating me. Would you back off, 32? You recall my rank, despite mine being the only one here that's lower than 30. My heart is stirred. I swear on my life to protect you. Take a hint. How annoying can you get? Hold on, I need the sprite to change again. Did the indents in the armor change expression? Armored detective happily strides closer to downtown detective. He doesn't seem to notice a look of genuine disgust on her face. They do change? Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, but it looked a little different. Moving on, we should touch base with the chief on our D-pads. We're lucky our device's signals allow us to communicate from the manor to the research facility. A man who looks like a corporate employee joins the conversation. Kinda has like a butlery look to him. He holds a familiar tablet-like device in his hands, a D-pad, the trademark of the Detective Alliance. My heart beats fast in spite of myself as I guess at the nature of my company. Thanks, Workaholic Detective. You're always so quick on your feet. Consulting 101, plan, do, check, act. As for our sleeping beauty here, I got in touch with the chief, and he is indeed a fellow member of the DA. To be safe, I'd like to confirm with you directly. This is no mistake, right? Right, no mistake about it, though I only just got my D-pad. Honestly, I'm completely new to this. Everything clicks into place as I speak with the man referred to as Workaholic Detective. I knew it. They really are part of the Alliance. And they aren't just any average members. They're so famous, even a nobody like me knows of them. There could only be one possible reason why a group of detectives like this would be gathered here. It was the same thing I had been brought for, to discuss how to handle the quartering Duke. They're all here for that meeting, no doubt. The only question that remains is, why would a new recruit that lacks even a proper alias be here at Detective Alliance HQ? Were you also invited to participate in our discussion regarding how to deal with the quartering Duke? Always type. Yes, senior detective explained it to me. Oh, that's right, I have my own D-pad too. So the one in your shirt pocket really was yours. My apologies, I took the liberty of searching. What? When? I don't know how, but Workaholic Detective is clearly holding my device. Like he could swipe it without noticing is terrifying. Now then, if you would allow me to borrow your hand for just a moment. Workaholic Detective grabs my hand to bypass the D-pad's fingerprint authentication, navigating to the message application with practiced ease. He seems to be checking my invitation to the quartering Duke meeting, which I had just been reading before I fell unconscious. I see. It's the exact same message as the one I received. It appears you truly will be joining us. Relief washes through me as Workaholic Detectives smile, but it doesn't last long. That being said, anyone capable of infiltrating this island would have no trouble faking a simple email. Workaholic Detective's smile turns grim. His piercing gaze cuts right through me, making my body flare up with goosebumps. Making lousy knockoffs, eh? You're asking for a one-way ticket to hell, pal. Courtesy of my fist! You don't give off that unique presence the rest of us detectives have. Just who are you? We got that basic bitch aura. Oh no, we're cooked. We lack sufficient data for any conclusions. For now, we have no choice but to keep him under surveillance until we can find out more. Here, detectives watch me warily. Their eyes make it abundantly clear that they're on high alert. I completely understand why they suspect my exceptional circumstances, but that doesn't make their looks sting any less. Dwelling on Doleful Detective's unsettling remarks earlier leads me to wonder what happened to the Detective Alliance. Look, being on edge won't help us at all, so why don't we just, I don't know, bring him along? We still gotta find Old Man Senior, so it's not like we have time to stand around arguing. Our minds are as one, Lady Downtown. I fully concur. Let's treat him as a compatriot until more evidence appears. Is that Ulia? Maybe. Like, I definitely, like, now that you pointed it out, it does sound familiar. Our minds are miles apart, weirdo, but whatevs. Like, yeah, that is, like, if it's not her, it sounds pretty close, so I get why you'd think so. Call me an airhead, but I'm with armor on this. I think it'd be chill to take him with. Besides, I know my mystery stories. Splitting up would be like total suicide. Mystery stories, you say? Second detective smiles wryly as Right Detective grabs the rope, tying me up. Whoop. Yeah, downtown's got the right idea. Right, detective tears my restraints apart as if they're made of paper. I can now move freely, except for my bound hands. But still, what raw physical strength. Hard to believe a girl smaller than me can be so powerful. Mistrusting each other is exactly what the Quarter and Duke wants, so for now, I'll trust you too. Rina Honizumi. Alright. I wish you'd asked before acting, but at least I do agree with the notion. My search didn't turn up anything suspicious. Until further notice, you'll be coming with us. Seeing this is a race against the clock, I'll have to catch you up as we move along. His title is The Suffering Detective. Damn. Thank you. The detectives head out, one after another. Now that their mood has lightened up a bit, I can't help but let out a sigh of relief. I've seen plenty of suspects get interrogated in mystery novels and shows, but never did I expect to be the one in the hot seat. Life sure keeps you on your toes. That reminds me, what should we call you, intruder? You don't have a detective alliance yet, right? This is your chance to pick one. Well, my name is... I barely stopped myself from answering downtown with my real name. Keeping your name secret is the first rule of the Detective Alliance. It can be deadly for your identity to get out between cases. Doesn't the pad have our name on it, though? Doesn't it have our full legal name on there? That's why upon joining the DA, members are given a one-word code name based on a defining characteristic of theirs. That code name is known as a Detective Alliance. I've longed to have one of my own ever since Mr. Kenjoji told me about them. My Detective Alliance is, Despite my yearning for one, it's hard to think of anything on the spot. I have no experience, skills, or defining characteristics. To be perfectly honest, couldn't even begin to guess why I was let into the Detective Alliance. What is that? Is it that hard? You're older than me. Did you have more life experience? Like, seriously, dude, I can't even with you. Sorry, this is really embarrassing. Well, let's think of one together. What are your skills? Anything you're good at in all the cases you've been in so far? I'm good at finding cats. They like me. Down Detective gives a deep sigh. My amateur status fills me with shame. Alright then, how about we call you Incompetent Detective? What? Big fan of the immediate name tag change. It's locked in, brother. The name tag change. It's over for you. That's just cruel. Might as well be saying I'm good for nothing. I mean, not that it isn't true, but still. I obviously prefer a different name, but before I can object. Hey everyone! Until we think of something better, this here's Incompetent Detective, okay? Nice and humble. Fitting for a young gun itching to find his place in the world. I see. So it's a caricature of your traits, in the same vein as doleful and workaholic. Right. You're one of us now, Incompetent. A name with which we can call upon your aid deepens our bonds. I'm at your service, Sir Incompetent. Picking on the new guy takes me back. Incompetent Detective rapidly gains the approval of the rest. So rapidly that it's too late to dispute it. Much to my chagrin. Oh, look how fast your new name caught on. I'm so happy for you, Incompetent. Doesn't make me happy at all! Despite my protests, Downtown ignores me, flashing a devilish smile. Thus, did I become Incompetent Detective, an official member of the Detective Alliance. We're cooked. A bright red carpet covers the floor, and landscape paintings adorn the walls of the corridor. Detectives explain the situation as we walk down the passageway, the scent of roses on display around us drifting in the air. This location to which you've been brought is an island that doesn't appear on any map. The DA's used it as a base of operation for years. It has two buildings, Snarks, a research facility for investigation, support, and gear development. And Gormenghast, a manor for overnight stays. The original plan was for everyone to discuss the situation in the manor. We were to review dioramas of various quartering Duke cases. That was the plan? Rowdy Detective suddenly punches the wall beside her, causing the other nearby walls to tremble from the impact. When we got here, a bunch of detectives from HQ have been snuffed out by poison. All 22 members at the research facility. God. All 22 of them? Every hair on my body stands on end at the unthinkable news. Even among history's more infamous mass murders, few had a death toll of more than 20. Killing 22 people at once is beyond all reason. You didn't see, yeah, we didn't see anything, no worries. The culprit piled their bodies at the facility's entrance as if they were naught but rubbish. Such savagery is no less than inhuman. Seeing that heap of corpses would have killed your appetite big time, incompetent. The poison gas filling the room would have killed you for real. Yes, okay, yeah, the poison gas, okay. Lucky you didn't go in there, huh? Yeah. Yeah. A heap of corpses. Just imagining it makes me feel faint. And that's not even taking the deadly gas into account. Maybe senior detective knew about that gruesome scene, so he sent me straight to the manor instead. That would also explain why he hid me in the forest and went off on his own. I need to find him soon and thank him for keeping me safe. It was the gas. It was another quartering Duke attack, right? We're not sure yet. For how many deaths there were, the clues are awfully scarce. Hold on. Oh, we do got some. We got our profiles now. I might as well give them a quick skim. Oh, there's one in between, huh? We'll go right to left. Real quick. Right, detective. Cases solved 26. The notable cases: the Minaminjuji kidnapping incident. Hobbies include Hanafuda mountain climbing, special skill, superhuman strength. Though straightforward and aggressive, Rowdy possesses a pure, sensitive heart and is easily moved to tears. Having lived in the mountains from a young age, she aided her father with his hunting, gaining physical strength and keen, bestial instincts well beyond the average humans, allowing her to solve difficult cases through sheer might alone. Of particular note is her intuition, which is so sharp that it is essentially supernatural. When presented with a group of face-down cards and instructed to turn over matching pairs, she made not even a single mistake. Armor Detective, rank 32, 19 cases solved. Notable cases: the case of the undead cyborg. Hobby, weight training, special skill, protection. An individual never seen without his knightly suit of armor. He is an unusual detective who cracks cases with both his natural strength and the features built into his protective garments. While he struggles with brain work, he's managed to solve crimes through tenacity alone. Apparently his face was scarred in a past case, so he refuses to remove his helmet if he can help it. Struggles with brain work does check out with the 1 on inference and analyzation there. Downtown Detective, number 22, cases solved 31. Notable cases: the case of the Ikebukuro Ripper. Hobby, after school karaoke. Special skill, social deduction. A high school student with investigative prowess well beyond her years. This, along with her good looks, have caught the eyes of many. She stays up to date with the latest gossip via intel networks, characteristic of high school girls. Her special brand of social investigation involves utilizing social media communities to discuss case details and piece together multiple people's theories. Techie Detective, rank 20, 38 cases solved. Notable cases: the case of the VR killer. Hobby, tinkering with machinery. Special skill, engineering forensic friends. Additional notes: a wheelchair user who was born with cerebral palsy, which prevents the use of his legs. His intellect, on the other hand, far surpasses that of the average person. As the brightest prodigy in the DA, he has already earned a PhD in science from an overseas university. Oh shit, fuck, go back. He often collaborates with the DA's tech department, developing his own specialized wheelchair as well as the 7 forensic friends. Small machines designed to assist with investigations. During cases, he relies on his friends to produce data beyond the scope of normal detectives. Okay. Doleful Detective, cases solved 123. Notable cases: the case of building number 6. Hobby, spending time at home. Special skill, danger magnet. A rather negative individual with a strong aversion to social situations. he has an uncanny tendency to attract danger, aptly referred to as the danger magnet. His ability to detect threats has helped him survive numerous perils and truly shines in more hazardous cases. Even prior to joining the Alliance or becoming a detective, he had stumbled upon numerous incidents by chance. Sheer number of cases he's solved is proof enough that he can go toe-to-toe with the DA's finest. And Workaholic, number 10, cases solved 67. Interesting that higher rank, rank is not necessarily tied to the number of cases you solved. Notable cases, the case of the endless night shift. Hobby, online mahjong. Special skill, reliable investigation. An office worker moonlighting as a detective. His demeanor is that of the quintessential Japanese man. He had aspired to become a detective for years, and upon learning of the DA's existence, begged both his wife and employer to allow him to take on the extra job. Even now, after a long day at the office, he forgoes sleep in favor of detective work, only deepening the bags under his eyes. He looks like Edgeworth from here, yeah. when you just have the profile, yeah. Quartering Duke cases always result in two concurrent victims. This crime would appear to have a different modus operandi. Quartering Duke did it, man, no doubt. If I catch that bastard skulking around the island, I'm a clean as clock. It's said that the Quartering Duke has killed over 100 people, but even that was over the course of half a year. On the other hand, murdering 22 people at once, all of them first-rate detectives, no less, could hardly be the work of an amateur. I get the impression he commits grisly deeds for the thrill of it, but otherwise his identity is a complete mystery. We began our investigation at the research facility, but then the Chief's D-pad received a message from a surviving Alliance member. Techie detective draws out his own D-pad and plays an audio file. Beep. The senior detective. Some attack. Search. Is it? All dead. Hiding in Corbin Gust. Chief. Meet there. Help! Recording cuts off there. Although the sound was low and full of static, even I can grasp what it signified. That's your detective's voice, isn't it? He's alive then. Thank goodness. Yes, I'm certain that's him. Making it through the situation unscathed, it's no wonder he's a legend among detectives. Is he really that incredible? You know the Dayless Night incident? It still shows up on the news. And not only did he solve it, he's also a founding member of the DA. The Dayless Night incident? Even school textbooks talk about that case, and you're saying he cracked it? I was a kid then, so I don't remember much, but it was the worst terror attack in national history, sparked by a new religious movement. From that event onward, criminal atrocities swept the nation, which is part of why the Detective Alliance was formed. Solving a case of that magnitude would absolutely qualify him as a legend. Every time the full suit of armor slides in the frame, I need to take a minute. I'll get used to it eventually. But this is kind of the important thing, right? This is kind of the important thing with like a mystery game cast. You gotta have the one that makes you do a double take. Originally, we'd split up from the other detectives and headed to the manor to reconvene with Senior. Soothly, it must be the villain most foul for even Sir Senior to be forced into hiding. Must hasten to his aid, forthwith! Huh? You mean there are other detectives here besides you guys? For sure! There's what, 6 more investigating the research facility? It's like a Detective Bobo cell in there, Lamau. I don't quite get what she means by that, but I guess it is a lot of detectives. I'm still reeling from the heinous murders we have yet to unravel, but at least now there's a glimmer of hope. I believe we've searched every room, but there's no sign of Senior. Maybe the culprit arrived here before we did? Senior would have realized that and escaped. If the message was intercepted, the culprit could have easily gotten ahead of us. Oh yeah, I could see that happening. It took us, what, 10 minutes to get here? But there's only one path from the facility to here, and it's surrounded by sheer cliffs. No one could escape without us noticing. Detectives process the situation with impressive speed. I'm barely keeping up as I struggle to understand what it all means. Downtown's casual chit-chat is about the only thing that makes any sense to me. This street doesn't get wireless internet either. Why even bother having a phone then? Ugh, such a major bummer. Even if there were a router here, I doubt it would do you any good. Oh yeah, why? Because the island's off the grid? Not exactly. I tried connecting to a wired network in the research facility, but I couldn't get it to work at all. I made another attempt here at the manor a moment ago, but that failed too. The island's communications antenna must be down. Our D-pads can still link up to each other, right? What's the difference between that and our smartphones? Well, the D-pads have a neat communication system. As part of the R&D team, I must say it's truly amazing tech. Basically, it works by... Okay, we get it. So I can't even like tap my followers while we're here? Ugh, can this be any lamer? Damn, we cut Techie off before we could hyperfixate. Sad. I prefer to see this as an opportunity for us fellow detectives to deepen the bonds of our camaraderie. Guess it can. That's scent. You gotta be kidding me! Riot Detective starts crawling on all fours like a dog right at the entrance of the room. She presses her face to the carpet with a sharp expression on her face. What's wrong, Rowdy? Blood. I can smell it. Huh? What? Silence fills the room. The others all turn to look at Rowdy. Nearly missed it thanks to the rosy smell. Red carpet, but the floor's got blood on it, see? From the entrance to them flowers. Riot Detective approaches an empty vase and sticks her hand in it, pulling out a bloody knife. Don't know which poor mug's sauce this is, but I'll tell you one thing. Some goon was on the loose in here. How'd you even notice the smell? The blood is already dry! Whoa. I've been hunting with my old man since I was little. I got the nose of a bloodhound, eyes of a hawk, ears of a rabbit, and a raw macho spirit. I'm not so convinced that helping on hunting trips will give you those kinds of abilities, but it's astonishing nonetheless. Rowdy, that knife wasn't used here, was it? Yep, nothing in this room but traces and stains. Guessing they only came by to hide the knife. I can track the scent, but the hall's chock full of roses. It ain't gonna be easy with them smelling up the place. I figured as much. But that said... Techie, might you have an alternative method? Of course! I go by this Elias for a reason, after all. Techie proudly pulls out a cute little machine that resembles a puppy out from his pocket. Dude, look at this fucking thing. This is my tracking forensic friend, Sniffy Whiffy. The Alliance helped me develop him. He can tirelessly trace down any scent he registers, and his prime directive is to save lives. Furthermore, he has small rubber treads for covering tricky terrain without disturbing the scene. He can move up to 15 kilometers an hour. He's also equipped with a transmitter, so you can use him from a D-pad. Plus, he uses the same lithium-ion batteries that the International Space... Yes, that's all very impressive. We'd love to hear more about it later, but for now, why don't we start tracking? Oh, right. Sorry, I get a little carried away when I talk about my inventions. Techie returns to reality, hanging his head in shame. Nobody's letting him go off. I know there's priorities, but still. Now, let's not waste any time. Use this tool. Not a tool! This is my friend! Don't just treat him like some piece of equipment! Workaholic bows several times in apology for misspeaking. True to his name, he's the very picture of a harried office worker. Techie may seem calm and collected, but his careless remarks about his inventions are a clear sore spot of his. I'd better watch my words. Sorry, everyone, for blowing up like that. Let's get to tracking that scent. Techie calms down, setting his dog-like tracking machine, Sniffy Whiffy, loose near the bloodstain. Sniffy Whiffy scoots across the floor just like a real dog. He circles around a couple times, then thumps into the room's door. He's on the hunt! Let's open the door and see where he goes. They open the door and Sniffy Whiffy darts out of the room, barreling down the hall toward the stairs. All I can pick up is roses, but he must have zeroed in on the trail of the blood. Huh. How about that? My nose wasn't getting jack squat. Strictly speaking, it's not the scent, but rather the air particles that he tracks. Hence why he isn't thrown off by other smells in the vicinity. So much about the nose of a bloodhound's feel. Can it? My nose would have got us to the lead in the first place. Sniffy Whiffy stops at a painting just before the stairs to the entrance hall. Sir Sniffy has halted. Could this be the site of the stabbing? No tin for brains. I don't see a blood stain, do you? The knife must have been used somewhere else, like behind the painting. To his murder, I mean Yuri. Behind it? Whatever could you mean? Is there a world within the painting? I think the stuff of children's fairy tales could actually exist. Relax, Armor. The answer is clear if you think it through logically. Workaholic touches the painting as he inspects the frame. He gently taps the artwork before pressing his ear against it. No question about it, there's a hollow space behind the painting. Which means that if I shift it like this... Still touching the painting, Workaholic Detective moves his hand. The entire wall around it slips back like a sliding door, revealing a hidden passage. Sniffy Whiffy, who had been waiting in place, begins moving again, right down the newly discovered path. How did you figure that out? Trade secret. You pick up a lot when you've been on the job as long as I have. Damn, Gramps! You got me rethinking my take on you. No cap, I might even IDK, kinda sort of respect you now. I wish you wouldn't call me that. I'm still in my 20s, you know? Barely, but it still counts. Workaholic Detective turns red in the face as Downtown slaps him on the behind. Whoa. I need her dead/pause. I'm not gonna lie, I did take a tiny bit of psychic damage from no cap, yeah. That blade was somewhere up ahead. It was used somewhere up ahead. As we know not what may occur, I shall stand in the vanguard. Wait up, bucko! It's wide enough for two, see? I'm taking the lead too, so keep your eyes peeled. Rowdy tries to push forward, but is stopped by Doleful. Actually, would you mind guarding the entrance with Techie at Downtown, Rowdy? I think my abilities could come in handy here. Armor and Doleful are to spearhead our foray into the secret passage, with me and Workaholic following after. Rowdy, Downtown, and Techie would remain at the entryway, acting as lookouts in case the tunnel is a trap. As for why I'm being brought along, it's probably because I won't be able to escape in this tunnel. I'm struck by the fact that Workaholic, the most experienced of the group, had definitely assumed the position beside me. These detectives don't miss a single beat. Alright, Armor and I will lead the way. As he speaks, Doleful and Armor enter the tunnel together. Workaholic and I continue right behind them. The four of us descend down a spiral staircase that winds its way underground. Bottom is a gloomy underground tunnel. We proceed into it using the light function on our D-pads to guide the way. Suspiciously familiar looking tunnel. Also, it's been a while since I saved. Let me hop on that. It doesn't look like this game has an autosave file, so I need to be a bit, a little bit, careful, I guess. I don't know. The only sounds are our footfalls echoing in the tunnel, as well as Sniffy Whiffy's treads crawling across the floor ahead of us. The air is dusty and reeks of mold, making it hard to breathe. Clearly, this place is seldom used. My love of cleanliness aches to ventilate the place. Doleful Detective's eyes narrow as he travels the tunnel. His usual fearful countenance is tense, as if he's an entirely different person. Impressive, is it not? Doleful's intense concentration, that is. Workaholic Detective whispers to me as if he's reading my mind. Rank number 14, he solved over 100 cases and survived just as many bloody encounters as us veteran detectives. Over 100 cases solved? The idea alone leaves me speechless. We can't be that far apart in age, and yet his track record is on a whole other level. What sort of heroic life has this seemingly gentle boy led up to now? What did Doleful mean when he said his abilities could come in handy here? You'll see soon enough. He possesses what we in the Alliance would call the makings of a great detective. Doleful stops in his tracks. Armor, stop! What happened, Sir Doleful? Your leg is bleeding! Armor shines his D-pad's light on Doleful Detective's leg, revealing a trail of blood beneath his knee. Something reflects in the light just ahead of them. Huh? There's something at your feet! My guess is that it's a trap to ward off intruders. Judging by the texture, it must be some kind of wire. He's right. When I get close to the reflection, I see red dripping off an extremely fine wire. It was so razor thin and difficult to see that were it not for the blood, it would have been nearly imperceptible, even in direct light. This is the wire. This is the wire saw the Detective Alliance is currently developing. But why would the Alliance make something like this? For cutting locked, center-sealed rooms, or as a means of escape when restrained. Word is that it requires specialty gloves to handle. Best to avoid touching it, given its intended use. It's so sharp that with enough pressure, it could cut straight through human flesh. I mean, yeah, as we could have inferred through the blood, yeah. It's a good thing I noticed it then. Workaholic Detective produces medication and bandages from his pocket and begins applying first aid to Doleful's leg. This is a rather nasty cut, but you're lucky to get off this lightly. Anyone else would have been liable to lose a leg in your position. Situations like these are about the only time my special skill ends up useful. Special skill? What do you mean by that? For some reason, Doleful struggles to reply. Workaholic steps in to answer on his behalf. Doleful is a danger magnet with a knack for close calls, from traps to wanted criminals to finding murder scenes and even evidence. His innate intuition and powers of insight are what allowed him to survive such less than fortunate circumstances. So that's how he has the makings of a great detective. In stories, detectives are always expected to survive, even when wrapped up in a personal case, and even when their life is on the line. And now I'm standing in front of a real-life detective who embodies that very trope. It's not that impressive. In fact, I'd say I just bring misfortune to everyone and everything around me. It's kind of a miserable existence. Doleful Detective's expression flickers as he touches a bandage on his wrist. The countless traces of medical attention covering his body shows just how much suffering he's constantly endured. Still, it's made me more sensitive to threats than the average person. I can always sense when I'm in danger, so just think of me as your shield. I see the resolve within Doleful Detective's eyes as he speaks. He and I may look similar. I might even be the older one, but nothing in me competes with that look. We couldn't be farther apart. Sir Doleful, you needn't be so reserved. Armor Detective abruptly steps forward. He then swings his arm up before bringing it down to chop the wire before us. Armor Detective, that wire can cut steel! Just because you're wearing protective covering doesn't mean... Fear not! The suit in which I am clad is a product of my family's long-held secrets. Behold, the strongest armor known to man! The wire parts with ease. Sure enough, Armor Detective doesn't have a single scratch on him. Both Doleful and Workaholic widen their eyes with incredulity. No matter the trap, mine armor shall prevail. Set your minds at ease, and allow me to take the lead. But putting me in front will minimize the total risk for our team as a whole. I can't stand idly whilst my companions are hurt. Despite my inadequacies, I hastened here to be as an aegis for each of you. Armor Detective speaks with a calmness that eases Doleful Detective's taut expression. Despite the latter's brave front, he might have been nearing his limit. Thank you, Armor. In that case, I'll stay back a bit and keep an eye out. Armor takes the lead as Doleful acts as a lookout behind him. Armor, I can sense a threat right in front of me. About head height. Another wire, eh? Understood! Without a second thought, Armor Detective swings his hand through the area Doleful Detective indicated. Chop, chop, chop. Sometimes Doleful's warning comes too late and Armor runs into a wire, but even then, it never leaves a mark. We continue safely through the darkness. Until... based on the signal, the tracker has stopped 5 meters ahead. It would seem we've arrived at the scene where the knife was used. We finally make it to the end of the tunnel with 0 injuries. Save for Doleful, of course. Sniffy Whiffy is parked right in front of a steel door, which means the bloody knife we found earlier must have been used right behind it. I hate to ask, Armor, but would you mind taking point? No need to apologize, Sir Workaholic. My armor exists for the very moments I must forge such paths. And yet, Armor Detective looks tense as he cautiously touches the doorknob. Goosebumps ripple across my body. Deep down, I get the overwhelming urge to scream, "Don't open it!" It's as if my mind somehow knows that what we're about to see is truly horrific. I have an extremely bad feeling about this. I shall open the door on the count of 3. 1, 2... Looks like he's trying to think really hard, yeah. The doorknob makes a click as it turns. My heart rate leaps, but I can't bring myself to look away. 3! A blinding light flashes as the door opens, forcing me to avert my eyes. On top of that, a metallic stench envelops me. The way it sticks to my throat makes me cough. However, none of the other detectives show even a hint of fear as they proceed beyond the door. I hurry to follow them, but at that moment... Doleful Detective's cry echoes out. Oh, it's a lot of blood. As I step into the room, the first thing I see is the ground, dyed in crimson. The red spreads across so much of the floor that at first I mistake it for a carpet pattern. But there's no way that's the case. Despite my hateful disbelief, the smell filling the air tells me that this is blood. With each breath, the metallic stench fills my lungs, my stomach, my whole body. I'm assailed with an overwhelming urge to vomit. If I lose focus for even a moment, I know I'll wind up spilling my guts out. Upon closer inspection, I notice something floating in the ocean of gore. It's large and reminds me of a caterpillar. 4 other long, thin objects surround it. In a way, they resemble a quartet of lifeboats, all rowing in different directions away from a sinking ship. But in truth, they're human limbs, scattered about across the floor. There's blood on the ceiling, too. Before us is a scene devoid of life. A man whose name I don't know gazes at me, his head half submerged in a sanguine sea. My eyes are transfixed as I stand there in a daze. There's a biting chill, as the temperature has dropped by quite a few degrees. My hands and legs tremble. I can barely stand. Every ounce of strength leaves my body, which no longer feels like my own. Muster up all the willpower I can, only to topple over on the spot. Is this all just a bad dream? First crime scene, huh? No, it's hard to take in, but try not to look away. Without any concerns to spare for me, Workaholic walks toward the pool of blood. Doleful, Armor, head back up and fetch the other 3 detectives. After that, I'd like you to ask the chief to come to the manor. He sums up the heart of the manor in a low voice. It's a homicide. Someone has murdered Senior Detective. Damn. Regardless of how detached he remains while objectively stating fact, it doesn't change the reality we're facing. Middle-aged man's corpse lies dismembered, his limbs strewn across the room we stand in. For the first time in my life, I am confronted with a murder scene. Chapter 1. The Case of the Dismembered Detective. I stand in a corner, my mind completely blank. In my first time witnessing a murder scene in person. Saika's death is seared in my mind, but this is different. Someone I know lies torn to pieces in a vivid sea of blood. Dead. I'm no great detective, and although I tried to steel myself, coming face to face with a scene like this has me too weak to stand. Even once I regained my footing, my legs still struggled to remain upright. The metallic stench of fresh blood is one I'll never be able to get used to. I breathe through my mouth as much as possible. If I had the choice, I'd sprint out of this room this very second. Workaholic Detective ignores me as he investigates the corpse with meticulous efficiency. He and the victim must have been well acquainted. His pained look when we found the body suggests that his mental burden is far greater than mine. Yet despite that, he shows no signs of weakness. How much experience solving homicides would it take to become a detective like him? I can't even fathom it the way I am now. The other detectives who have been summoned by Doleful are unable to hide their shock at the sight. What's the big idea here? I thought Pops was supposed to have made it. You get off while we were rushing over here? That's like so sad it's not even funny. But that doesn't make any sense. We arrived at the manor 20 minutes after Senior Detective's message. For someone to chop up a body to this extent, hide the weapon and escape in that amount of time, it's scientifically impossible. This level of blood loss would preclude livor mortis, and rigor mortis hasn't even set in yet. I may be stating the obvious since he called us just prior, but the state of coagulation indicates he was killed less than half a day ago. Let's reestablish the order of events. Senior contacted us at 12:40. We then split into teams and headed to Gormenghast from Snarks. Since we arrived at 1300, we can safely assume the crime occurred in the 20 minutes it took to travel from the facility to the manor. Question, teacher. Is there a chance the criminal could have, booked it before we left Snarks? Not at all. We headed to Gormenghast as soon as Senior contacted us. Had the killer tried to escape, we'd have surely seen them en route. Thus, the killer must have been within the manor when we arrived. I can hover for days, but it'd still take me 10 minutes to run down the hill to the facility. Your theory checks out. The key question is this. Is the perpetrator still inside? Let's consider the time frame for when they could have made their escape. We found Incompetent in the entrance hall and spoke for a time, then made our way upstairs 15 minutes later, so around 13:15. After that, thanks to Rowdy and Techie, we discovered the hidden passageway at 13:34. You can see the entire entrance hall from the corridor before the hidden passage, so escaping undetected would be a challenge. If the killer was in the manor, their only chance to escape would be the 20 minutes we spent investigating the second floor. Ergo, it is highly probable they are in fact still within the manor. Wouldn't 20 minutes be more than enough time to slip away? You can make it outside easily enough, but the real problem comes after the fact. There's only one path from here to Snarks and no place to hide. The jig will be up if you were seen from a window. It simply isn't realistic. Exactly. I actually made a point of checking out the windows, but I didn't see anything or anyone suspicious. Hold up! No one's in the entrance hall right now. Isn't that, kinda sketch? Like, they could totally escape whenever. Oh, that's perfectly alright. The chief is heading over from Snarks as we speak. If the killer tries to flee now, they're certain to get caught before they make it down the mountain path. Which means, the foul slayer does still indeed lurk within these walls? Alright then! In that case, let's head for backup on the double! Let's head back up on the double! It's time for a good old-fashioned manor mouse hunt! Just a moment. There's a more viable method than hiding out in the manor for all this time. Workaholic points directly at me, drawing the focus of the other detectives. Incompetent. If you're the killer, there is no issue regarding the timing. It would all be entirely feasible. Huh? My voice cracks as I'm caught completely off guard. Me? The killer? How does that make any sense? It's simple. All you need to do is hack up Senior and lie in the entrance hall faking unconsciousness. Easily done in 20 minutes. If the culprit was unable to escape the manor, we can only assume that said culprit is you. What are you saying? There's no way I could chop someone apart in 20 minutes! Not to mention all the wires that were set along the underground passage. How could I have gotten past those? I raised my voice in protest without thinking. Even with armor and Dolphal's help, getting through that passage took 5 minutes. Hard to imagine anyone like me with no special traits making it through so quickly. There's the real conundrum. I figured you used some sort of trick. At any rate, I doubt it's necessarily impossible. What do you mean? Listen closely. Can you hear the voices above us? He's right. If I strain my ears, I can pick up sounds coming down from the ceiling. Who are they coming from, though? We should be the only people inside the manor right now. In terms of layout, our current location is directly beneath the entrance hall. I presume that what we're hearing is the chief arriving at the manor. At this basement is likely a hiding spot. There may be extra space between the floorboards so that noise can drift in from above. Now that he mentions it, my own eyes spot gaps in the ceiling where light is filtering through. As Workaholic Detective said, it must be coming from the entrance hall above us. Regardless, the rooms are vertically adjoined. Oh, one could greatly reduce the time required to move between them by means of some gimmick. You could, say, tamper with the floor of the entrance hall, creating a gap wide enough for a person to slip through the basement ceiling. Workaholic's relentless reasoning leaves me overwhelmed. Even if there is a gap, there's no way someone my size could fit through it. Still, he's right about one thing. The entrance hall and the basement are awfully close together. How could I possibly clear my name now that we know it's possible to move between them? Aren't you jumping to some major conclusions here? It's not like you could prove there isn't a hole connecting the ceiling to the entrance. No, Probatio Diabolica bit is just bullying him into a corner. Like, talk about a total mood killer. Lady Downtown has the right of it, so long as any such gimmick remains hidden. Your accusation is out of the question. Perhaps my plasma knuckles, capable of winning any bout, could make such a hole. But still... a punched out hole wouldn't close back up anyway. First things first, is it even possible to dismember an adult male to this extent within 20 minutes? Even if the killer themselves is male, they would need an extremely deft-handed amputation to pull off something so difficult. Not like you'd need to skin him or bleed him out. Any hunter could do it. Hell, it would have been a snap if I was the crook. So it's safe to assume you're the culprit then. I just bet I could is all. There'd be no time to deal with all that spurting blood anyhow. Actually, I'd say there was. Workaholic probably shares my thoughts on that. So you noticed as well. It's true. One could dismember a body in a short span of time, if they use those wires we encountered. As he speaks, Workaholic holds up a blood-drenched wire. Yeah, we are all remarkably clean of blood. Unpleasant as it is, I'm reminded of how easily Dolphal's leg was cut earlier. You mean someone used this wire on Senior Detective? Yes, in fact, it's possible that Senior was already wrapped up in these wires when he got in contact with us. He may have done so under duress, after which the wires were pulled, slicing him into pieces. All that remains then is for the culprit to escape. I chanced on one of those wires ago when I went to get the others. My foot happened to slip on it since it was coated in blood. Based on the amount of blood, it's clearly not the same wire you first encountered. Killer must have anticipated us getting past the wires in the passage and discarded it on the floor there. Or perhaps, the killer themselves set the traps in order to hide the murder weapon. Either way, we have no other recourse but to suspect incompetent for now. Speak up if you have any objections. I didn't do it! I shout on impulse. Regret fills me almost immediately. I'd say the same thing if I was guilty. As would anybody in my shoes. I refuse to believe incompetent did it, but that's all the more reason for us to find out what really happened. Agreed. I don't want to accept that a fellow DA member could do such a thing. But as a detective, pursuing the truth is paramount. Workaholic fixes me with a steely look. I want to speak up, but I don't know what to say. I've reached my limits just processing all these theories. There's no room for me to make my own deductions. We are getting ganged up on. This is... This is common. This is common, though. Everybody picks on the new guy. Although, you know, I mean, they have their reasons, I guess. Even if it's, you know, even if we know that it's not, like, possible at all. Hold up, ain't the idea of incompetent being the perp a bit too, I don't know, far-fetched? Yeah, it's me, we got the wrong guy here. Have any evidence to support this? I'd like to know why you don't suspect incompetent. Not a gut feeling. I'm usually dead on the money with these sort of things. It's downright scientifically impossible. We can base our investigation on solid proof and logic. Back off, Poindexter! You looking for a fight? Okay, time out. No fighting, guys. You're like seriously harshing my vibe. Also, before we move on, I'd just like to note the hairpin in Rowdy's ponytail looks a lot like my OC Mai's like emblem that she wears on her vest. I have a little smile on my face. I just noticed that. It's got like the same looks like the same 5 diamond flower pattern. But that little punk was the one who... Look, it's not like Techie said he had full-on... It's not like Techie said he full-on suspects incompetent or whatever, am I right? Precisely. I simply believe it's too early to confirm or deny that hypothesis. We can't rule out either conclusion yet. The culprit could have fled, but they could also still be inside the building. Oh, sorry about that. I might have gotten ahead of myself there. Again. Workaholic Detective claps his hands, interrupting the discussion. It appears we have a number of opinions. I'm going to the entrance hall to meet the chief. Let's investigate this individually after that. Halt, Sir Workaholic! We have many a detective assembled here already. Ought we not to join forces and confront this case together? Perhaps, but even in this short amount of time, our conflicting opinions have already come to light. Each of us seeks to tackle this case through a starkly different approach. Collaborating in these conditions would only work against us. I concur. I'll proceed my investigation in my own way, calmly and scientifically. What's with that glare? You got a bone to pick with me or something? I already apologized. At the end of the day, I'm human. I'm gonna get where I need to be by following my heart. How alone I disqualify you from this line of work? Like how? It's all over once your detective forgets what it means to be human. Oh my god, just call it already. I literally just asked you not to fly off the handle. Downtown Detective does her best to intervene as Rowdy shouts at Techie. Doleful stands beside the three of them, flustered and directionless, as Armor and Workaholic continue their heated debate. Doesn't seem like the investigation is going to start anytime soon. Just like Workaholic said, everyone's playing this by their own rules, so no one is taking the lead. Everyone. I want to suggest we all work together, but the words die in my throat. There's no way I can be so bold when I'm the prime suspect. I know that, and yet, I feel like I need to say something. My fist clenches. Unlike me, each of the detectives here has their own talents and strengths. It's my incompetence that really drives home how amazing they are. That's exactly why I need to speak up now. Now's not the time for arguing, wouldn't you say? I chime in, but my voice comes out so softly that no one hears me. Together, these detectives could solve any case, and yet here they are arguing. That angers me far more than being a suspect. I failed to save someone again, even though Senior was so close by. What's the point of being a detective if all I can do is sit around and watch these things happen? My self-loathing mounts as I listen to them bicker amongst each other. My position in the situation doesn't matter. What happens to me isn't as important as getting these detectives to work as a team. Everyone, please listen! The other detectives turn to face me. Naturally, they all look rather dubious. I falter for a moment, but desperately push on. I know a lot of you suspect me. That's fine. There's a lot to suspect, and I understand that. But can't you all at least try to cooperate? Cooperate? That's a tall order. Our personal modes of investigation are hardly compatible. I'm always down for a collab, but you're kinda asking for the impossible right now. I mean, we couldn't even agree on whether or not you're the prime suspect. That's why I want everyone to agree on what direction to take. What direction to take? That's right. Although I'm too tense to make a proper response, I force my voice out, trying to be bold as I give the detectives my suggestion. Please, proceed with your investigation under the assumption that I did it. If you start there, you'll be less likely to have any more arguments like this one. Right? The detectives fall silent. Maybe telling them to suspect me was too brazen a move after all. Is your head screwed on wrong or something? After all the effort we spent defending you, you got the guts to ask to be the suspect? Have you lost your goddamn marbles? I beseech you not to give up so incompetent. What has become of your resolve? I'm not giving up. It's not as if I want to be the main suspect here. It would be even worse if the investigation stalled out because of me. I'm staking my safety on your deductive reasoning. I raise my voice with all my strength, my trembling hands balling into fists. I trust all of you far more than my own incompetence. If you work together, I know the truth will come out. I'm sure you'll prove I didn't do it. Detectives silently take in my words. Not one of them speak up. They all simply stare at me, incredulous. I guess my suggestion was overstepping my bounds. I've only made them all even more distrustful of me. But I don't regret it. I'd much rather have them outstanding detectives suspect me than continue arguing in vain. Do you insist that because we're on the case, we'll end up proving you aren't the culprit? Such words make one feel blessed to be a detective. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I hear a cold, beautiful voice behind me. My breath catches as I turn around. Whoa. Just how should we respond when a suspect gives a statement like that? Continue to argue, never to find any common ground, or take action, swiftly and promptly? I eagerly await your answer. Her hair is white as snow, her gleaming eyes purple like hydrangeas, her skin smooth, with features like a porcelain doll. At our back stands a far from ordinary girl. Interesting to use the hydrangeas comparison again. Noticing. The others are visibly thrown off by her arrival. It's clear that she stands out, even among these prominent detectives. Chief, why are you here? I specified that I would meet you at the entrance when you arrived. Do you truly believe I would wait idly by when my dear friend, senior detective, has been murdered? Out of the question. Her design looks like something from another series I've seen, but I'm struggling to place it. So, I will just say that she is pretty and leave it at that. I left our colleagues to themselves and went ahead on my own. A girl workaholic called Chief speaks without a hint of timidity. Footsteps sound out from the passageway. Evidently, the other detectives followed her lead, heading to this room. We never told you about this basement, did we? We figured it'd be better this way, so no one would get hurt inside the tunnel. I noticed an echo beneath my feet upon entering. I placed my ear to the floor, and what should I hear but your voices? From there, I deduced the general layout and discovered the secret path that had been left open. Hardly a mystery, really. Verity Gavel, that might be part of it, yeah. The chief shares her amazing feats as though they were simply a matter of course. We worked so hard to find this underground room, and yet she found it by merely touching the floor. No wonder the others looked shocked. I startle as the girl gives me a smile. Compared to how she treats the others, her gaze on me feels a little more personal. No, I'm probably mistaken. I must be. So, you're the newcomer I've been hearing about. I'm Ideal Detective. I lead the team working to stop the Quartering Duke. Your spirited appeal earlier was admirable. I'm expecting much of you, so keep at it. And never hesitate to share your thoughts. I apologize for losing my composure just now. Once the other detectives arrive, I'll brief you all on the situation and give my impressions. I thought you'd be named Humble Detective. Thank you, Workaholic. That would be much appreciated. But first, allow me to clear up a certain misconception you seem to be laboring under. Each and every member of the Quartering Duke investigation is a suspect. You, I, or any of us have the means to carry out this murder. What? Commotion erupts as the detectives speak over each other. Which of course is unsurprising. Other than me, nobody else was in the manor at the time Senior Detective died. On top of that, this murder required enough time for a full dismemberment. In what possible way could he have been killed? Ideal has only just arrived here, but her hydrangea-like eyes glimmer like gems as if they picked up on something. One of us had to do it. It's just the process of elimination. And that's the name of the movie! The outline of the case is clear. All that remains is for us to pool our efforts and ascertain the reality of the situation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it's time to make our reprisal. Soon enough, the other detectives join us at the scene. Can you back up? It's like the reminds me of that one teacher from MEO who just like suddenly just rushes up to hog the camera. Except this one was way less abrupt. Well, look at these guys. God damn it, Senior. I think your time would come so soon. Just how many trials does the Lord expect us to endure? I vow that I, Mystic Detective, shall send the culprit straight to hell. Mark my words, Quartering Duke. The flames below burn hot. Bubs. I was trying not to bring it up, Rui, because I don't want to be like the guy every time. But yeah. But you weren't even close to Senior Detective, the girl said, coldly stating the facts. You mustn't mock our bond, Bookie. Members of the DA are spiritually bound, soulmates. The extent of our interactions is irrelevant. Repulsive spiritual intimacy aside, I concur. The Quartering Duke must pay, the girl said, fist shaking at the thought of her adversary. A middle-aged man in anachronistic Western garments and a black-haired girl clutching a hardcover book approach the body, chatting. The man has the mien of a seasoned veteran. The girl, on the other hand, looks around 10, yet doesn't flinch at the sight of a corpse. I am 10 years old. Both of them must be experienced detectives. I, Posh Detective, rank number 5 in the DA, have already arrived at the crux of this mystery. The woman, dressed so elegantly that she looks out of place, jabs a finger at me. Our culprit is the commoner found unconscious, incompetent detective. The hastily hidden knife on the second floor proves he was unable to escape. Our title really traveled fast. Oh, dear me. There I go again, demonstrating my incredible acumen. Perhaps it's time I took the reins as chief instead. Now hold on a moment. Didn't Ideal just reject that theory now? I beg your pardon. Her theory is the one that's utter hogwash. I'm sure. Isn't that right, gourmet detective? The woman called Posh Detective speaks to someone in a motorcycle suit, who smiles as if she's enjoying herself. I wonder about that.
Anyway, I don't smell Renegade lingering around. Where'd he go? Snack break? Upon arriving, he decided to abstain, stating that this case didn't interest him. I imagine you'll find him napping in the first floor living room. Napping? Even though senior detective, a legend in our field, has been killed? Why, never! Just what is that man thinking? Renegade's non-conforming nature is his strong suit. I'm sure he'll put his talents to use later on, so let's leave him be for now. Idiot leadership like this is why high-ranking agents defy your orders. Classified detective and detective gentleman didn't even deign to show up. On the honor of the Pinkerton name, I swear that I will wrest the title of chief from you. Ideal detective doesn't flinch. It merely smiles at posh detective's belligerence.
Hold on a second. Those were like actual names. Detective Elias handed down from generation to generation in the domestic detective industry. As the name suggests, they never act unless it concerns a case of the utmost national secrecy. Even among the upper echelons of the Alliance, only a scant few have ever seen this individual. The clan always acts under the guidance of the family head, Mikazuki Iwai, solving cases quickly and dispassionately. Detective Gentleman, a genteel detective who always wears a suit. He styles his Elias in reversed order because he sees himself as more a gentleman who is a detective, rather than the other way around. His eccentricities are unrivaled within the DA. Despite being a talented investigator, he only accepts cases that suit his personal sensibilities. According to his apprentice, however, he's surprisingly easy to manipulate once a beautiful lady is involved. Yes, those Pinkertons. Alright. Let me see, are the newbies in yet? It looks like it. Let's read up. Number 2, cases solved, 1,098. Notable cases: foiled bombing at Tokyo government building, foiled mass shooting in Akihabara. Hobby, collecting cute accessories, special skill, future sight. Oh, okay. Additional notes. Though ranked second, her outstanding charisma leads others to consider her the de facto chief of the Detective Alliance, a notion of which she approves. Influential in many circles, she serves as the face of the Alliance in place of its creator, the elusive founding detective, Vidocq. Her most valued skill is her future sight, which has allowed her to preemptively foil numerous crimes. She often consults law enforcement and investigators via video call, solving cases through the screen. Posh Detective, number 5, cases solved, 203. Notable cases: the case of the altered Mona Lisa. Hobbies: vegetable gardening and fine art. Special skill: aesthetic eye. A descendant of the world-famous Pinkerton National Detective Agency's founder. Haughty and conceited, she views Ideal Detective as her rival. Highly skilled in her own right, particularly in her sense of aesthetics, she was trained from youth to spot fakes and forgeries, a skill she boasts top accuracy for within the DA. She is, however, heavily reliant upon her organization, often struggling to display her full potential during solo investigations. Mystic Detective, number 7, cases solved, 92. Notable, the case of the lycanthrope. Hobbies: amulets, mainly dolls, and reading. Special skill: occult investigation. A veteran detective specializing in cases with strong supernatural elements. While investigating the case of the vampire, he scoured the globe far and wide for any and all knowledge on the occult. While he tends to suspect that unearthly forces are at play in his cases, it does not mean that he cannot separate fiction from reality, but rather that he is the type of man who does not exclude any possibilities. When in a tranquil state of mind, his investigative prowess is first-rate among the members of the Detective Alliance. Gourmet Detective, number 9, cases solved, 78. Notable cases: the case of the sea turtle suit. Hobby: visiting rest stops. Special skill: super palate. A woman with such exceptional olfactory and gustatory senses that she can even use them to infer the feelings of others. Since her youth, she has sampled every flavor imaginable, gaining both an immunity to and a taste for various poisons. She has a gentle demeanor, but detests killers above all for robbing people of the freedom to enjoy food. Her passion arises when saving lives and stopping criminals. Alright, is that all? Wait, no, here we go. Here's the other one. Bookworm Detective, number 15. Cases solved, 43. The case of the Jujo family treasure. Reading: visiting the library. Special skill: photographic memory. A girl of 11 years who has read more than 10,000 books, any of which she can recite word for word due to her powerful memory. Both of her parents were murdered by a teacher she had admired, causing her to develop a lack of empathy and trust towards others. He has a tendency to approach things from a third-person perspective. Alright. There we go. We're all caught up. Ideal Detective doesn't flinch and merely smiles at Posh Detective's belligerence.
Thank you, Posh. Zealous subordinates such as yourself allow me to plunge into my work without fear, despite the risk. Should the enemy ever succeed in removing me from the front lines, I entrust the Detective Alliance to you. Oh, thank you not to speak on such ominous things. Your achievements far surpass mine. Nothing of the sort could ever happen. I shall supplant your position by my own merits. Be sure of it, my destined rival. Workaholic Detective explains the situation to those who arrive in the facility. Once he's finished, Ideal Detective addresses us. This too is Yuri. I was gonna say, they like, you know, rivals. I've been incredibly Yuri-brained lately, thanks to events that have occurred. So you know, I can smell it. As you can see, Senior Detective, believed to be the last surviving member from Detective Alliance headquarters, has been murdered. Which means, in all likelihood, that the perpetrator is part of the DA as well. Tensions rise across the room. Some detectives look at each other, while others turn their gazes at me. Doesn't seem like they're going to stop suspecting me anytime soon. Common pleb simply must be the killer! My high-born brain cells reassure me so! Oh, brother. I agree. Rationally speaking, no one but incompetent could be the culprit. His story is dubious from A to Z. Hold on a second, actually. Is there a... Yeah, B is hide or show text. Gotcha. So I can look at the sprites if need be. Gotcha. Okay. You two are of common birth. Your words ring true. I grant you leave to sing my praises, Workaholic, loud and clear. I wasn't actually praising you. Let's begin by clearing up the most fundamental misapprehension. The incompetent detective is no intruder. I personally invited him to our meeting as a formal member. You personally invited him? But why? Workaholic addresses the elephant in the room. Even I'm hearing this for the first time. I have no idea what she intends for me. As if sensing my confusion, Ideal eyes meet my own. Those hydrangea-hued irises implore me to trust her. You keep using... You keep using hydrangeas. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, I'm gonna be honest. It's simple, really. I wish to have the person I trust most at my side. He may not remember, but he once saved my life. I consider his potential abilities to be no less than extraordinary. I requested that Senior Detective invite him to the island, but didn't anticipate his methods would involve kidnapping and confinement. Okay. Workaholic Detective's mouth hangs open as Ideal Detective casually explains the unexpected. Which makes sense. This is an extreme mixture of business and private affairs. I could tell he's in no state to even begin questioning her. Not to mention, I'm quite surprised myself. I saved your life, but we've only just met. I have more questions than I can count, but at the very least, this does make me seem a little bit less suspicious. Now's not the time to make any clumsy comments, so I stay quiet and let Ideal take the floor. Ooh. Girl, I'm ill. Is that really it? Something smells fishy to me. It's true what they say. Your nose is unmatched, but please suspect away. There's nothing to feel guilty about. So, if incompetent isn't the killer, who is? All of us save for incompetent were in the research facility when Senior got in touch with us, so we were all away from the scene. Excellent question, Doful. Our very occurrence is what caused you all to suspect incompetent, correct? That was the culprit's first trap. Senior Detective's message was not, in fact, sent from down in this basement.
That one meme with a woman popping the button on her chest. Oh, brother.
But Senior Detective was unquestionably killed here just after making contact, wasn't he? The girl asked the chief with full sincerity.
Fucking time skip, like, fucking time skip bad future Shulk looking ass. I have it. His spirit was compelled to contact us post-mortem. Quite possible with the right voodoo ritual. Also, yeah, kinda guilty. This is kinda guilty gear coded a little bit, yeah. This guy. That's also an angle I could see, for sure.
Keep quiet, you occult-obsessed twit, snapped the girl, scolding the man for his useless comments.
Hold on, she's got a little fucking dinghy on her thing.
Naturally, Mystic is incorrect, but making the dead speak is a step in the right direction. I've tested it, and this basement has no signal. Contacting the outside simply isn't possible from in here. I beg your pardon? The detectives pipe up in shock. Does this mean that Senior Detective was restrained somewhere other than the basement when he made contact? No, that can't be right. There were 20 minutes between the message being sent and the detective's arrival at the manor. It would be impossible to drag someone down that narrow, wire-filled passage, not to mention dismembering them in so short a time frame. It's a fact that Senior contacted us, no? If not from the basement, how else could he have done it? It's a simple trick, really, once you've thought it out. The culprit imitated Senior's voice, just as I'm doing right now. Ideal sounds just like Senior Detective as she speaks. If my eyes were closed, I may well have mistaken her for the man himself. She's that skilled at impersonating him. Vocal mimicry, huh? That's certainly a possibility if the killer is the kind of person I imagine them to be. Vocal mimicry. I've heard about this historical skill from my mentor. It originated from Edo period theater. He told me how there were established modes of practice, and that in the DA, where disguises often come in handy, many were experts in the art. Now, I doubt I could ever master it, no matter how hard I tried. Is that why you're so certain the culprit is part of the Detective Alliance? The traitor lurks in our midst, and the massacre at Snarks would be plausible enough, as would the idea of a fake message from Senior Detective. Such criminal acts would be feasible for another detective, paradoxically increasing the odds that one is indeed the culprit. Exactly. A mere intruder killing 22 research facility detectives would be inconceivable. This is most assuredly an inside job. We were unable to control our turmoil when we discovered the bodies in the facility, and so did the traitor among us bide this time. The killer would have had an easy time manipulating us through a call, a far easier time than slipping us through the ceiling to the entrance hall. Hold up! I don't care how cool detectives are, there's no way I can just copy people's voices.
Verily, my training earned me mighty thews, yet my vocal cords remain middling at best. Such mimicry is out of the question.
I'll concede that it couldn't normally be done. We are facing someone who easily slew a dozen of our comrades. Not a normal killer, to be sure. If we are professionals in logic and reason, and our opponent is a specialist in homicide, one or two impossible feats would hardly faze them. Don't let your perception limit your perspective. Bodily alterations, unfeasible acts, a murderous fiend will stop at nothing to achieve their aims.
Both of them fall silent at Ideal Detective's words. Her persuasiveness holds a weight that brooks no argument. We've been standing next to his dead body for 20 minutes. Yep! If that phone message was falsified, Chief, by the time we received it, Senior was...
Precisely.
He was already dead.
or at least in no state to speak. The culprit used the call to tamper with the chronology of the crime.
So the dismembered bodies meant to make us think this was done by the quartering duke, as well as distort the time of death? How ingenious. My deepest apologies for allowing the killer's ploy to deceive me. It would seem I still have much more to learn. Workaholic detective hangs his head. Ideal detective smiles gently at him before continuing to speak.
The culprit set up Senior's death in here and fled with his D-pad. Then, per the plan, they contacted me as we investigated Snarks. In doing so, they summoned the DA members to the manor, so the Senior's body would be discovered. Hold up, boss! We all heard that recording you made of old Senior's message, right? Is it even remotely scientifically possible that none of us would notice his voice wasn't the same? That would be due to the peculiarities of the human memory. The human brain excels at recalling visuals, but struggles to do the same with linguistic and auditory information. Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to be incapable of identifying a caller on the phone, even if it's someone they know well.
They often say that a client's name is easier to remember when associated with a voice or face. Things grow hazier with words and sound alone.
Yeah, sometimes once you hear a person's name on the phone, your memory makes a connection with their voice. Same diff. Bank transfer scams are a prime example. The scammer begins by providing the caller's name, so you fall for it even if their voice doesn't match. End up convincing yourself that any oral discrepancies are the result of a poor connection. Speaking of, Old Man Senior's message was like totally screwy with static. I could barely hear him. Was that just a cover-up?
Likely so. The whole thing seems contrived.
If you knew all this, then why respond to the summons? Dispatching detectives to follow the whims of a killer. The gall! Because I wanted to believe it was him.
For the first time, Ideal Detective expression grows dark and serious. You have the time to talk about Ice 9.
If the culprit was impersonating Senior, it meant he couldn't speak. It meant I would never see him alive again. That was why I decided to split our forces in two, all the while hoping that Senior still lived. By virtue of their self-defense expertise, I sent Armor and Rowdy to the manor, in case there were any traps. As you can tell, my conjecture was right on the mark. I've never detested my powers of insight as much as I do today.
Her mirthless, sorrowful laughter startles me. I realize now that those skilled at deductive reasoning can also foresee the grim future. An Ideal Detective predicted the death of her friend. The pain she's feeling must be greater than I can even imagine.
However, a detective's job is not to lament tragedies, but to unravel truths behind them and reverse their bleak outcomes. Our 23 murdered comrades will not go unavenged. On this, you have my word. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon your aid. If all 13 of us combine our efforts, I know for a fact that we could stop the quartering duke. I realize that everyone else is silent, each of them listening intently to what Ideal Detective is saying. It's incredible to think that they were all arguing just moments ago. In such a short amount of time, the strength of her abilities and resolve has gained the trust of her fellow detectives. Now, without further ado, there's something I'd like us all to investigate. I'll send the details via D-pad. For now, please go where instructed. I have a vague sense of what really happened here. By the time you've finished, the truth should take shape and reveal itself before us. Ladies and gentlemen of the Detective Alliance, let us reverse this tragedy.
After receiving directions from Ideal Detective, the others take their leave from the basement to begin their investigations. We've been divided into teams of 3, leaving Ideal, Armor, and myself with the crime scene. Ideal appears to be deep in thought, so I decided to join Armor in examining the body. True to the quartering duke's name, the victim's head, arms, and legs have all been severed away from the torso. The more I look, the more horrific the manner of death appears. It's so savage, I can't even believe the culprit is human. But the cruel truth is inescapable. What lies before us is the depraved work of not a monster, but a person. So incompetent. Even if the culprit used a wire, these cross-sections of the corpse not appear too clean to you? The cross-sections? Grudgingly, I take a closer look at the severed parts. They had been cut so perfectly straight, it seems unnatural. Surely a human body couldn't be that easy to slice clean through. Evidence acquired, overly clean cut. No matter how keen a wire's edge may be, by no means could a mere human strength saw through a limb in one smooth stroke. When cutting paper with scissors, the blade's path shifts each time you part and join them, does it not? True, and the more you try to correct it, the more misshapen it gets, if only subtly. Wait, so the culprit didn't use human strength, but rather some other method to wind the wire around Senior Detective? Another method? Of course! This could only mean... It could only mean... I haven't the faintest clue. Me neither. Both of our shoulders droop. We paired the two idiots together. Lovely. Come to think of it, why is blood dripping from the ceiling? Does human blood have the force to spray that high into the air? You're right. The whole ceiling is splattered red. What could have caused that? Evidence acquired. Blood-stained ceiling. Eureka! Did you figure something out, Armor? Indeed, I've determined that we are woefully unfit for this task. It would seem mystery solving is far beyond our ken. Don't clown honk at me. Also, I mentioned the blood-stained ceiling. You don't mince words, do you? True to his appearance, Armor really does fall on the bronze end of the spectrum. Takes all kinds to be a detective, I guess. However, being that I'm the top suspect, his candor and utter lack of suspicion are a total relief. Though he does strike me as kind of an enigma somehow.
I see you've managed to relax a bit, Incompetent.
Ideal approaches, visibly enjoying herself.
I'm glad that deer in the headlights look from before has melted away.
Though I suppose it did have its charm. Were you able to sort out whatever was on your mind, Ideal?
Yes. I've nearly deduced every element of this case. All that's left is to have the rest of you set to work finding the evidence.
We've only just started and she's already pieced together the truth of the situation. With intellect like hers, it's no wonder she's the de facto head and second highest ranked member of the DA. Did Armor just pull out a piano all of a sudden? If I may, Lady Ideal, wherefore did you station me here? I scarcely believe you would require my assistance.
You would be correct. Frankly, I have low expectations of you, Armor, as far as your powers of deduction are concerned.
Ideal gives a quick, straightforward reply to the point where it's almost impressive. Good expression on Armor here.
However, no one defends others with as much sincerity as you. Your personality impacts the team far more than you realize. It's because Incompetent feels comfortable around you that he's able to tackle the case with a calm mind. Isn't that right?
I nod. She's hit the nail on the head. I'm much more at ease now than when everyone was clustered around me earlier. Probably due to how much I already trust Armor, as well as how confident I am that he would protect me from danger.
Though if I'm being honest, there's nothing more here worth examining at this stage.
Come again? So all of our investigative efforts were for nothing?
However, that's precisely why I can say with certainty that you are on the right track. Wonderfully done, both of you. Were another detective skilled in deduction around, I'm sure you would have picked up on a multitude of other points.
So I'm just getting lost in the music for a second.
Our success lies in teamwork. Consider how much progress was made by combining your strengths, rather than working alone. I kept you here with me, because I was positive that you would understand how crucial this concept can be. Ideal Detective's voice brushes against us with a gentle comfort.
At this moment, I see her not as our mature, mysterious leader, but for the young girl she is, as if her mask has slipped off.
Now then, let's give the other detectives their next instructions, and stick close, if you would. I wish to avoid moving alone.
With that, Ideal Detective leads us out of the basement. There's nary a soul before the passageway. Where could the other detectives have gone to investigate?
Why don't you try using the map function on your D-pad?
As she speaks, Ideal shows us the screen of her own device. Whoa.
This is a map of the manor. See how each detective's position is marked?
It's all isometric and whatnot.
Anyone who has the location sharing feature turned on will appear here.
Composed by Ahisa. That's the Mad Rat. That's one of the Mad Rat Dead guys. That tracks.
It is set to on by default, but there are times you may prefer to turn it off, such as when you're visiting the restroom. Incredible! You can see where everybody is at just a glance.
I'd not spy Lady Downtown, Sir Workaholic, or Lady Rowdy.
Indeed, asking to stay on guard outside. There's a possibility the culprit may have fled there, you see.
What? And let us sally forth as well. We cannot allow the fair maidens to stroll about outside whilst the killer is on the prowl. Moments after shouting this, our detective rushes towards the entrance.
Off he goes, with Workaholic and Rowdy there.
They should be fine, but...
Well, let's leave him be. There are some things I want to tell you alone anyway, incompetent.
Alright, Rui, I will see you around, perhaps. Ideal Detective continues her explanation.
The map has 3 additional features. First is the marking function, which flags mystery points, locations the detectives find dubious. Try checking these marked points if your investigation stalls out. Then you see how that one spot on the map is a different color? That's a location I personally deem suspicious, an evidence square. You can assume these areas contain hidden evidence. Finally, there is the share action function, used by each individual to share whatever it is they're currently up to. As a demonstration, move the cursor over the bookworm. You should see immediately you should be able to immediately tell what she's doing. Detectives' next actions, such as infer or inspect, will be displayed overhead. Hover the cursor over the detective to see where they intend to move next. She has an odd feeling about the fireplace.
Bookworm truly does have a good sense for this,
but I doubt she'll figure it out by herself. Here's a question for you. What would you do if you encountered a mystery you couldn't solve on your own?
Persevere continues searching. A real man never quits. Ask for help from my fellow detectives.
Your experience just now is already paying off. I like people who are quick on the uptake. The 2 of us are in accord. When faced with a problem you cannot solve alone, you must seek aid from your companions. But detectives are such prideful creatures, and sadly most conduct their investigations alone, so they lack experience collaborating. What I've seen so far, Bookworm is one such example. Encouraging her to cooperate would likely be pointless.
So, what should I do then?
Ideal Detective answers with a smile. You should intervene. On their investigation, that is.
Intervene?
In other words, use the D-pad to instruct them to do something other than their current task. Mystic is nearby, so he'll suffice. Let's have him make his way to Bookworm so they can investigate together. Now, issue a command if you would.
Huh? I freeze up as she casually orders me to do something completely unexpected.
Why so stiff? Honestly, you're too cute. I'm merely asking you to pretend to be me and give some direction. That's all.
That's all? What Detective Ideal is asking for isn't just so easy to gloss over. Even so, her expression remains dead serious.
It'll be fine, like sending an email. Here's my D-pad. Try issuing a command to him.
But why me?
Facing the unknown is precisely what a detective is obligated to do. Everything is a chance to gain experience, and so on.
Looks like I can back out of this one. I'll just have to try giving some instructions. Intervene with detectives to reassign their independently planned actions. Detectives left to their own devices will make errors, investigate alone, and generally act inefficiently. Intervene with these individuals and make them work together in order to facilitate a more efficient investigation process. Simply move them to a spot beside her. Oh my god, it's visual novel Fire Emblem. 9 hours remain until 9 hours, 9 persons, 9. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay.
Take a look.
Intervenable.
See how even with both their inference values combined, they are unable to solve the mystery of that fireplace? At times like these, you should give a command to a detective who is skilled at assisting.
Detectives are able to assist each other from adjacent positions. Any character who is making an inference already or plans to do so can be assisted. Assisting lets you add a helper's assist value to an individual's inference value. Utilize this command properly to keep your investigation on track.
Ooh. Nicely instructed. I'm impressed. I can already tell their powers of inference have been enhanced. And I should easily discover whatever that fireplace is hiding. Alright, let's check the entrance hall next. Posh is keeping the area near the chandelier all to herself. Gourmet and Doleful are holding back to give her space. Holding back, however, is unacceptable in an investigation. Let's have Gourmet assist Posh with investigating the chandelier. Each mystery point has a set amount of resolution points. You can uncover an MP's secret by reducing its RP to 0 and advancing the investigation. Have Gourmet assist Posh to reveal this hidden mystery. Boink. Boink. Excellent. You're a quick study, it seems. Now what should we have Doleful do? Do you know what skill he excels at? Doleful's skilled at being timid and afraid, right? Discovering evidence, right? Precisely. He has a wonderfully observant eye, indispensable in a detective. Doleful's key characteristic is that he always draws danger to himself. As a result, he is more predisposed to finding clues. Let's have Doleful use that special trait of his to inspect the area near the chandelier. Only bet there's a clue left behind there. Detectives can find clues in evidence squares by performing inspections. Inspections range varies with an individual's inspection value. Doleful is able to inspect up to 5 squares away. Try intervening with Doleful to have him inspect. Okay. The little character like pawns, the little character pieces here kind of give a little bit of Hollow Knight vibes. It might just be like the dot eyes and the sort of simplified proportions. Maybe I'm just really starving for Silksong. I don't know. Bravo! That was an ideal command you gave. I'm swelling with pride. Alright, that's enough warming up. It's time to raise the curtains on this detective show. Give the order to start the investigation, and keep an eye on the passage of time. Once a detective's actions are set, press plus to access the main menu and select Investigate or Preliminary. Upon selecting Investigate, the detectives you have intervened with will follow your commands, while the rest will act independently. In Preliminary, only those you have intervened with will act. It is wise to begin with this, as it can uncover new mysteries or clues. While we haven't intervened with Seki, there isn't much to do. Let's start the investigation. Main menu. Ooh. Whoa, not title screen. Investigate. Some characters are still intervening. Yeah, they told me I might as well go. Okay, time to inspect this area. Here I go. Yeah, I tripped again. Yeah, part of the carpet's been cut off. I wonder why. Scrap of carpet acquired. Woo! I agree with that. Boing. Why should I cooperate with you? I can handle this alone, thank you very much. I just you know what? This design's been nagging at me for a moment. It's Teto. It's a very Teto core design.
You cannot save during these sections. If you mess up, you have to go back to a save before the investigation. Oh, I didn't save for a while. Oh, brother. Well, we'll see what happens.
Now, a fine cut of meat is even tastier with the right seasonings, yes? In other words, Posh, you can use me to spice up your deductions.
Yuri?
That's a fair point. Very well. Enhance my flavor, gourmet. The chandelier is all nicked up. Posh, can you take a look at this? Huh? These scratches. Could they be a hint as to how the culprit killed Senior Detective? Woo!
I'm sure we'll learn in a bit. Oh, I wonder what the red point is. What those red points are for.
Why must I investigate with you? Asked the girl, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction.
Don't say that. Think of this as a chance to learn from your father. Arts do hold a rustic charm, though having to add the firewood every time is a bit of a hassle.
Firewood? That's it. So that's it, mused the girl, finally pinning down what seemed to miss.
Burnt glove.
The directives have truly made a difference in how well the investigation is progressing. When I arrived, you pushed the others to work together. It was remarkably pertinent of you. The key difference between detectives and the police is that while we may be an organization, we solve cases alone rather than together. So, to put it unkindly, detectives see themselves as the lead role of an investigation. Thus our capability as a team of experts goes unrealized. If we're to take on the quartering Duke, we can't abide reckless behavior. Let's you and I take the lead in encouraging everyone to collaborate.
How could someone like me do that? There's no way any of these detectives would follow what I say. Plus, they don't even need me. Ideal Detective alone should be enough to hold them together.
Your tendency to downplay yourself is a virtue, but also a weakness you'll be forced to address someday.
Ideal Detective speaks as though she could see into my very soul.
Leaders who make history are often said to be cowards, likely because they fixate not on their potential, but their limits. Know your weakness, and in time you will know all of your strengths. I'm confident you will go through this as well, Incompetent.
Why do you have so much faith in me? She opens her eyes wide, fretting over something with an unfocused gaze.
I'd say I can't tell you yet, but that would be selfish of me, wouldn't it? I should let you know before something happens. True reason I called you here, that is.
The elusive air around her now feels tense. I'm frozen in place as her hydrangea-hued eyes stared at me. My heart's hammering, and my body feels hot all over.
Incompetent. My name is... Run, Incompetent!
Huh? At that moment, a powerful force crushes me, and my vision goes black. Someone suddenly leaps on my back, taking me to the floor. It couldn't be that easy to just get the information we need. Whoa. Oh. My head spins. Sparks explode behind my eyes, and my consciousness grows hazy. Through it all, I can feel a strong pressure on my throat. As my voice involuntarily slips out, I finally realize that someone is strangling me. I can't breathe. My mind starts to fade, and my whole body goes pale. I flail about in desperation, catching nothing but air. This heaps up. I know for a fact that it's going to kill me.
Renegade Detective, stop! Are you alright, Incompetent? What in the world are you thinking, Renegade Detective?
Whoa. Nice design, though. Turn off your D-pad's location sharing, and you can pull off as many ambushes as you want, the way I did just now. He's getting strangled and murdered suddenly. I wanted to show you the dangers of burying your head in that device. How easily you can slip and lose your footing. Forgive me, Holmes. You're talking to the wrong person. An incompetent here deserves a deep, sincere apology. Hurry now or that charm on your neck will pop.
Okay.
You got my priorities screwed up. Sorry. The lanky man has a nonchalant air about him. He turns to me wearing a fake smile. Name's Renegade Detective. I'm a virtuous investigator with a penchant for practical jokes. Favorite phrase is world peace, and I spend my free time volunteering. Hoping we can get along. Your conversation was so serious, I just had to butt in with some levity. My bad. You ever forgive me? You will, won't you? Thanks. He prattles on with his apology, finishing up with a cackle. I startle when I notice a line of blood dripping down my neck. Is it really that funny to choke someone so hard that your nails rip their skin? I was genuinely prepared to die. How far is this guy willing to take a joke? Come on, don't look so scared. Didn't he give you that tingling feeling? Now he's beaming at me, face flushed with joy. And of all the detectives I've met, this is by far the most incomprehensible. As fickle as ever, but this time you've gone too far. Do so again, I will exercise my authority as chief to restrain you. The detective's voice grows harsher as he steps up to Renegade Detective. Derogatory. Oh yeah, no, I can't even pull up the menu to like check his bio right now. Okay. I'm pressing plus and nothing comes up at all, okay. Renegade jokingly leaps back in an overdramatic fashion. Oh, absolutely, dear Holmes. I sure would hate to be so inconvenienced. Your word is my command. I'll hold you to that. Now, tell us what you've gathered about this case. I take it that you too have seen the truth of the matter? Renegade's eyes grow wide. He sighs. You got me. It did feel a bit out of character, the way you got so upset. You planned to make me swear I'd cooperate from the very start, huh? Of course, only second-rate detectives are controlled by their emotions. The finest use them as a weapon. Ideal detective smiles in triumph, so her harsh tone just now was a lie. I was completely fooled. Ah well, it was worth it to see a rare glimpse of your fury. So fine. I'll share my thoughts with you. This case is so transparently pure. So boring it makes me nauseous. The culprit must be so self-satisfied. Ah, there's no beauty in it. Not in the least. Killing should be ugly, beyond redemption, gnarled by emotion, oozing, cloudy, grimy. That's what makes it so fascinating. What are you talking about? His words are utter nonsense. What's more, he says it all so casually as if he's telling a joke. Just listening to him makes my skin crawl. I'm not equipped to understand the person standing before me. Even the scene of the murder was less chilling than him. No need for guesswork. It's all plain as day. Check out that scrap of carpet. My theory is right. Some evidence should be left there. You better show me a good time. Oh, future legend. And with that, Renegade Detective taps my shoulder and departs. A rather peculiar detective, that one. Yeah, it was like... I stopped myself just in time. It was like talking to a villain, but obviously I can't say that. It's like talking to a villain, right? Ideal Detective speaks my thoughts for me without reservation. Your intuition is spot on. As a matter of fact, he killed his mother and father with his very own hands during his youth. Okay. He's an actual murderer? His own parents? How is someone like that even in the Detective Alliance? Doesn't matter if he did it as a kid. Letting him have this much freedom is unimaginable. Why he was let into the Alliance, I just can't fathom. Makes me suspect he might even be the quartering Duke. Seems too obvious. We are desperately hiring.
Reason is simple. No detective understands homicidal maniacs better than he does. He's been granted a degree of freedom on the condition that he uses his unique skills to work with the Detective Alliance. Although his detective prowess is on par with my own, his personality stops him from working with others, keeping him at rank 4. He's the most unorthodox detective in the world. A real renegade, as true to his alliance as can be.
Again, I find myself astounded by the diversity within the DA's personnel. Despite his past, he must be an outstanding detective now. So you're saying Renegade's a diversity hire? He did give us advice after all, and even if he's terrifying, he surely has a talent for detective work.
I'll just have to find a way to trust him.
I whispered this to myself, as if doing so will clear the dark thoughts clouding my mind.
This has taken up more time than expected. Let's move on to the meat of the investigation. Renegade told us to inspect the scrap of carpet that had been discovered. Careful analysis of evidence like this can help move a case along, potentially revealing new evidence squares. Of all the detectives nearby, Posh and Techie specialize in analysis. Let's have Posh take a look.
8 hours remain until annihilation.
Oh my, Posh is disgruntled that we made her work with Gourmet. It seems he's blocked me from contacting her. Won't be able to intervene with her like this. She certainly is amusing, that Posh.
What? So what do we do now?
Detectives aren't programs, they're human.
It's only natural for there to be detectives with whom you cannot intervene.
As such, whoever does the instructing must be able to adapt to the situation. In this instance, we can try giving directions to Techie instead. Techie should be capable of performing a precise analysis of this evidence. Tell him to analyze the carpet.
When an icon turns red, you'll be unable to intervene. These individuals will decide on their own, so prepare for trouble. Respond accordingly. Evidence you've completed can be collected can be analyzed. Each piece has an assigned difficulty level. Higher levels require higher values. Note that items acquired from an MP do not require additional analysis. Evidence from an ES, however, must be analyzed by a detective of sufficient ability. Okay. You wanted me on the carpet, right? Yeah. That's a 4, you got a 5, we're good. Perform a preliminary investigation to have Techie analyze this evidence. Use preliminary investigation to stall time and keep tabs on other detectives' actions. Okay. Anything else we can do? Well, they're not red, but it does seem like all of their things are redded out in the menu, so I guess we might as well just get on with the preliminary. That's what they're guiding me to do. Wanted to see if I could make any extra steps.
This scrap of carpet. When we approach it scientifically, there's only one explanation for how it was cut. Quick, we need to investigate the floor of the entrance hall. Excellently done. Now we have something new to consider. There isn't much time. Since we cannot direct Posh, what should we do to draw an inference on this new point of interest? Any thoughts?
New MPs and ESs will appear as the detectives advance the investigation. Recommend to do a preliminary first, so that our detectives can still act afterwards. This will streamline the process, as they can move closer to new MPs or ESs that appear. Okay. Can you get over here, please? Okay. And then maybe have you go over there as well, since Posh isn't really itching to work. Doink. And you come in as well.
Well done! You're a joy to behold. I look forward to seeing the results of this investigation. Oh yes, if there's a detective who has yet to move and you'd like them to go elsewhere, you should instruct them to do so. Take Techie, for example. He's only done an analysis. This mystery is centered in the entrance hall, so let's have him head there. Detective who acted but did not move may do so following a preliminary investigation. Preemptively move individuals to the next point to further aid. Okay.
Okay. Boing.
Wonderful. Just like that. And when you want him to perform an action, you can do so without wasting any time. But won't the mysteries we're investigating there be gone by then? I wonder about that. Just have to await the results of their deductions with bated breath. I would suggest having any idle detectives inspect the area. Though it may not directly pertain to the case, they could happen upon something interesting. Now, once you're ready, instruct them to begin the investigation.
Upon starting an investigation, those you haven't intervened with or perform predetermined actions. Notice any idols, it's a good idea to check what actions they can perform. Detectives who don't act can relocate to any space on the map. To do so, select move, then press Y. Be aware, however, that a detective will be unable to act after a map-wide movement. Okay. Select investigate. Well, I mean, yeah, inspect the area, I suppose. Wait, no. Ah, fuck. No, wait, because you can't move and then do it. They just told me that. Never mind. Never mind. What I was thinking is maybe something with one of these that they still haven't told me about yet. But I don't know. Okay. Well. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You two are doing that, and you just don't want to fucking do anything. You're grayed out, so I guess... Yeah, we're good. We're good. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, the floor. On closer inspection, I can see gaps between the boards. Maybe that explains how sound travels so easily down below. The gaps are also wide enough to pass a wire through. This might have something to do with how the culprit dismembered the body.
Floor gaps.
Ah, solving the connection between the floor gaps and the carpet caused a mystery point evidence square to appear by the entrance.
We made the right call having Techie Detective move to the entrance hall.
Indeed, we did. Sometimes solving one mystery leads to another. Be sure to keep that in mind. Alright, I'm not gonna tell you what to do next. This time you must command the detectives on your own.
There's no way I could do that!
Can't you? You've been giving great directions so far, just as I anticipated you would. Now, you must exceed my expectations. It's up to you to unravel this bizarre and formidable case.
Her hydrangea eyes bore into me, rendering me speechless. She's serious. Her gaze holds no mirth, only anticipation. The chief of the DA is looking to me, an utter incompetent. If I turn back now, how will I ever become an exceptional detective? I'll do it. In fact, I'll go above and beyond. Well, thank you for water.
Good. Show me how your mind works then.
I look at the D-pad, the gears in my brain whirring frantically. Some mystery points are locked. You can access these MPs by solving other MPs or by analyzing evidence. Detectives will still attempt to investigate locked MPs, so be sure to analyze whenever possible. 7 hours left. Anything to end? Okay. Okay. It doesn't seem like any of them are orange, so I don't know. Oh, it's just out of reach. But if I do that, then you won't be able to go there. You won't be able to do anything of note on it, I guess. I mean, But I mean, if you just inspect, I mean, that would maybe. Sure. No, wait. No, hold on. Wait. Noink. There we go. Okay. want to infer something? Okay. I'll come back to that. Doink. Do that. I kind of made a mistake with you. You're kind of... There's nothing really of interest over here, so I'll put you over here for next turn, I guess. Oop, no, not what I meant. Not what I meant. Sorry. Sorry. Doink. Okay. No, there's nothing to infer here. This is still locked, so... Wait, you're doing that right. I guess, well, I mean, they'll move over there in time, and maybe unlock by the time we get things done with this turn. If we don't, then, I mean, there's still time. I can do it preliminary.
How very intriguing, mused the girl, imitating the genius physics professor of a certain TV show. What's a switch on the wall? A separate one for the lights. This must be for activating something else.
A wall switch. Okay. Gotcha. You're doing that, so... I kinda wanna move you over here, see what's going on over here. But that won't let you, Ah! I keep pressing B. That's my bad. Doink. Not that I can do anything with that for now, but you know. We got 2 people over here, and if the numbers don't add up, we can always bring more over. In due time. Doink. Okay. Do our investigates, please. Okay, you can't really do that. But it definitely seems like these red spots. Yeah, you definitely gotta do something. Let me do that. Do that. Seems like there's nothing more left for you here, so maybe drag you over here just for later. I don't know, I guess. If you wanna. This information seems useful. I should share it with the others.
Now this is a juicy bit of intel. Let me share it on my D-pad. This info hasn't been logged yet, right? I gotta tell everyone quick.
New keyword unlocked. Alright, we gotta analyze. Right, we gotta analyze the wall switch. Right, I forgot about that factoid. And I did not leave anybody open this turn. That is in fact my bad. You know. Whoopsies. I mean, yeah, you can't do it because you're in the red right now, so like you won't do anything. I guess let time pass, as it were. Okay, your inference is 6. That should be more than enough to. No wait. Your analyzation is 3 actually, which is exactly what we need. Well, I'll let you do that. Da-da-da. Inspect a bit more, I guess. You're just gonna stay right there. That's lovely. Happy for you. Is there really anything else you got here? I guess I can cheat. What do you got, girly?
Like I thought, this switch lifts the chandelier back up. Use it over and over. It's a wonderful bargain, like a yogurt starter culture. Splendid. We couldn't infer anything about that MP before, but analyzing the evidence has made it possible. This will happen quite often. Always ensure you find the information needed to properly make an inference.
There we go, there we go. 13. And the numbers will only get bigger as we go. -2. Yeah, can you like... No, we need to get you closer, right? Not quite. But it's a good thing it's a good thing I started moving people over here. As they say, yeah, I got time. Ooh. I guess going over there is probably what you want, actually. Might be. Yeah. I'll just bring you over here, and then we can sort it all out in a Momo. What are these all about? Why are these, like, separately lit up? I don't know! We will figure things out as we go along. I think they might just be blank tiles that we cannot interact with. I don't know. Investigate, I guess, yeah. 9. Okay. Wait, is that right? That's right. Doink, doink. Wait, no, oh, fuck, I might have. Hold on. That might have been a mistake. It's fine. Move you closer, I guess, just for later. Oh no, okay, you can double with some of them. That's okay, okay. There we go. Crack that open.
The door drops the trap, and the switch lifts it, allowing it to be repeated. Using such a lovely fixture for nefarious purposes. How vulgar! I see. There need to be a special something installed on the ceiling then. I'll go up and take a look. Pause, since you haven't realized it yet.
Evidence acquired. Entrance door. Investigation completed. Continue to results screen. Sure. Well, Seymour, we made it. Give me that save. Thank you.
Wonderful. You gave such clear instruction. I truly am grateful to have you with me. I told the others to meet by the fireplace. We should hurry there ourselves. Time for all of us to get to the bottom of this intricate, baffling case. Excuse me, Ideal?
I call it to stop Ideal as we make our way back.
Please tell me, what's the real reason you brought me to this island?
Can't help but ask. I need to know the rest of what she was going to say earlier. After all, why would someone as bumbling as myself be invited to stand amongst a talented crowd of detectives like this? And for the chief of the DA to place so much trust in me, it's nothing short of bizarre. I understand my limitations are better than anyone. My talents are undeserving of your good graces. Oh shit, I can finally, hold on. There you are. Renegade Detective number 4. Cases solved, 204. Notable cases. The case of the Shinjuku Rainwalker and the Nanase Conference case. Hobby, volunteering. Special skill, criminal psychology. Famed for being the most aberrant agent within the DA, he lacks any semblance of ethics, often resorting to dubious methods to apprehend criminals. Given the chance, he will kill culprits, albeit indirectly. As his own past is riddled with murder, he is fitted with an explosive collar device known as a decapitation rabbit, and is typically held under house arrest in his apartment-esque prison. Be that as it may, his deductive faculties and familiarity with the criminal mind keep him in high esteem. He's been granted a degree of freedom to assist with major criminal cases designated as Q incidents. Okay. The real kicker is the way you clearly know me. Just what is it you want from me? What's a nobody like me even doing on this island? My shouts echo down the hall as every pent-up question I have comes bursting out at once. I just can't understand why this world-famous detective would act so cryptic towards me. Sorry, I've been a bit mean-spirited, haven't I? Ideal gives a wry smirk and then scratches her cheek. My inner devil wanted to see that bewildered look of yours, and it got the better of me. I've been planning to keep quiet until you noticed. This is our first meeting in 10 years, after all. Sure you can understand how I'd want to surprise you a bit, Wato. Our first meeting in 10 years. Wait, did you just call me Wato? Could it really be? My heart catches in my throat. Only one person, someone I met 10 years ago, called me by that name. But there's just no way. I've dreamt of this reunion for ages. Inviting you here wasn't completely outrageous now that you've been scouted into the DA. My real name is Saika Sherinfold Holmes. 10 years ago, you saved my life. That's impossible! My voice comes out in a shout before I curb it. I breathe deeply, but the shock won't subside. The ideal detective is Saika? That can't be. I saw her covered in blood right before me. There's no way Saika is alive. Avenging her had been my motivation all this time, but now... Calm yourself. Ideal comes close and softly cups my cheek. I'm stalled by the sudden intimacy, but her arm around my waist keeps me in place. You seem to have lost your memories of our time in that prison. Must have left quite the emotional scar. No need to force yourself. It'll only cause your heart grief. Remember little by little about how you rescued me that day. Did I really? Yes. What I said to the others wasn't a lie. You truly did save me. You're the reason I'm alive today. But our enemy is far more cold and calculating than anticipated. I've no hope of preventing the DA's eradication of loan. I need your help, Wato. I summoned you here because I'm in desperate need of your abilities. For now, please, just believe me. Ideal gazes at me with a sadness that reminds me of the Saika I once knew. Her vulnerable, girlish expression is taking the place of her usual sagacity was nearly identical. I can't help but wonder if this is truly the same person. Is it really you, Saika? You finally used my name. I couldn't be happier. A relieved smile spreads across Ideal Detective's face. Doesn't seem like an act. She's sincerely happy to be reunited with me. Remember, we detectives only share our true names with those we completely trust. No matter who doubts or suspects you, be it the others or even yourself, I will always be on your side. So stay by mine and observe my work. I'm certain you'll recall the truth if you do. Ideal steps back from me, her expression already reverting to its usual dignified air. Between her countenance as chief of the DA and as a vulnerable girl, I'm not sure which is real. There's so much cause for suspicion. And yet, I still don't know the truth. I'll choose to believe in your words, which is to say, I want to believe them. I've played the past out in my mind countless times, wishing I could have saved you, Saika. I wasn't able to do so back then, so I truly want to believe what she's saying, that Saika's alive, even if those sweet words are mere deceit. But still, I don't buy it 100%. Like you said, I'll stick with you and try to figure things out, such as whether or not you're telling the truth. That's all I wish for, Wato. Observe my every move with your utmost attention. If I have one request, however, it's that you stop calling me Ideal. It's far too formal for my liking. When it's only the two of us, would you mind calling me Saika? Like back in the old days? Wait just a second! I didn't mean I actually believe you're Saika yet! Stubborn as ever, aren't you? And always over the silliest things. Very well. Address me as Holmes, then. The other detectives know me by this name, so that shouldn't be a problem. Got it. Holmes. This is our first step towards friendship, Wato. Holmes' face beams with genuine elation. The fact that it's moving me so easily is proof enough that I'm a rookie detective. Come on, Wato Hojo. Get it together! The D-pad pings with a notification. The others must have gathered in the living room by now. Now, shall we close the book on this case? I follow Holmes as she heads to the living room. I have no clue what she could want from me, but I decided to trust her for now. If I stay by her side, the truth behind why I was brought here may finally come to light. All 13 detectives, including Holmes and myself, gather around the room. Holmes adds a few logs to the crackling fire before turning to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank each of you for doing your part. Due to your efforts, we have uncovered the method used to dismember Senior Detective. That's simply a matter of laying it all out. And please tell us, Holmes, who is the culprit? How like a commoner to heedlessly jump the gun! Before revealing the culprit, is there not a matter we must clarify first? What matter would that be? Why, the method by which Senior Detective was slain, of course! I agree. Instead of focusing on who did it, let's consider who could have done it and eliminate some of the obstacles in our way. How do you suppose Senior Detective was killed, Posh? Put simply, with an artifice working in concert with the chandelier trap. In concert with the chandelier trap? You mean I set it into motion when I opened the door? That would explain that, yeah. The chandelier had crashed down the moment I stepped through the entrance of the manor. After that, I was out cold until the DA arrived. The culprit utilized the trap, but for what purpose? Ever played with clay, incompetent? Say you wanted to cut it in half as cleanly as possible. How would you do it? Even a knife would give you some trouble, no? Back in school, I remember we learned to wrap a nylon string around the clay and pull it to split it apart. Good. Now for the next question. Following that principle for cutting clay, what would happen if you wrapped a sharp wire around a person, then tightened it? You mean... Senior Detective mutilated body flashes across my mind and my skin prickles. That wire was definitely sharp enough. If you were to wrap it around someone and yank it, they would be sliced apart almost effortlessly. Just like clay. Get the idea, I presume. If one wanted to cut something with a wire, their best option would be to wind it around and pull. Clay's one thing, but could you really pull hard enough to, like, slice a guy up? Because FYI, that stuff does not look easy to handle. A salient question, downtown. Indeed, the crux of this trick is how the wire was tightened. So what method could have been used to pull the wire once it was wrapped around Senior Detective? Any ideas, Posh? The culprit may have had a dash of cleverness up their sleeve, but my upper-class intellect saw right through it. Put simply, the culprit used the falling chandelier to pull the wire taut. How would they do that? The chandelier's up in the entrance hall, but the crime took place down in the basement, right?
Dear me! Very well. I shall elucidate the matter so elegantly that even a commoner will understand. The wire was attached to the chandelier so they would move in tandem. When the latter fell, the former would wind up automatically. Excuse you! This explanation is mine to give!
She's so giving Claire Francois right now. It's the Hojo-sama trope, my beloved. Posh detective cuts Holmes off with a huff, then continues where she left off.
After sedating senior detective, the culprit affixed the wire to the chandelier, which had been lowered to the floor. And they threaded the wire through the gap in the entrance hall floor, allowing them to connect it with the basement.
Would a wire really fit through the floorboards, though?
Certainly. If the cracks are large enough for sound to travel between the two spaces, a thin wire should pose no issue. Once the wire fed down the basement and was wound around senior detective, the chandelier was raised back into position. When the chandelier came plummeting down later on, they pulled the wire taut and dismembered the victim in one fell swoop. Et voila! Voila! The culprit managed to kill senior detective without dirtying their hands and successfully obscured the time of death. Superb deduction, but I would like some conclusive evidence. Wato, you remember the trace this gimmick left behind?
Trace it left behind. As you mentioned, something suspicious did catch my attention. Yeah. Then marked as if it was scratched by something, yeah. The scratches on the chandelier. Those must have been left by the wire when it scraped against the metal.
That's precisely right, Wato. The chandelier was quite durable, so if anything were to cause a scratch, it would have to be extraordinarily sharp. Like a wire saw capable of cutting through even steel, perhaps. And then it's just like you said. The wire saw and the chandelier trap were paired up for this little stunt. So, how's it feel, incompetent? How does what feel? Slow on the uptake, aren't we? What I mean is, how does it feel to know that senior detective was killed by the chandelier trap? Wouldn't have gotten hacked into pieces if you never opened that door, you know. Dude, don't make your pupils so wide. You're freaking me out. Shock lances through my spine, and I begin to break out in a cold sweat. So, it was all because of me. If I hadn't triggered the trap, then senior detective would still be alive. Even now, I can feel the doorknob in my hand. To think that at that moment, a man was being sliced apart right below my feet. The trap that I triggered. How does your first kill feel? Like sinking into the mud of a swamp, huh? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Stand down, renegade detective. Keep your lips shut until I say otherwise. Don't glower at me like that. Makes me tingle all over. This is your second and final warning. Shut your mouth. Cowed by Holmes, renegade detective seems to have cut his losses, backing down. Holmes then turns to me, all signs of anger wiped clean from her face. I know you're shaken, incompetent, but you need to set that grief aside for now. And the rest of you, save your blame and suspicions. If any of us could have triggered the trap at the door, it was unavoidable. As a matter of fact, incompetent actually did something remarkable. His actions forced the culprit to make a fatal error. I did something remarkable? What could you mean by that? As much as I want to demand the answer, I wait to hear the rest of her deduction. Yo, Posh! The crook used the fallen chandelier to cinch the wire, right? Did I not say as much? The wire worked in concert with the chandelier. Yeah, but wouldn't that just move Senior up and down with the chandelier? That wouldn't really be enough to kill him, right? What?
I love her. I love a silly girl.
I see what you're saying, Rowdy. For the wire to dismember Senior Detective, a strong upward force would be required.
Oh shit. We got like hotkeys on the left stick, I see.
And you're suggesting using the downward momentum of the chandelier wouldn't have accomplished that, correct? Downward momentum? Not sure I follow you there, but yeah, something like that. You're right, this is a sticking point. Whatever to do. Did you revise with a rejoinder, Posh? Ah, right. Well, you see, the thing is, there were a lifeline incompetent. You recall who was initially investigating with Posh?
There's only one detective who was initially investigating with Posh at the start, and that was... Oh man, is my memory that bad? I want to say it's Gourmet because like that was what caused her to go like that caused her to like become uninteractable for the rest of the thing. Okay, that was right. Okay, I wasn't sure if I like forgot something before that.
Gourmet, am I right to assume you figured out how the chandelier's downward momentum was used to kill Senior? Oh my. Well, you were just about to get to the tasty part, but I didn't want to interrupt. But if you insist, the culprit used the pulley system to connect the wire and dear Senior along with it to the chandelier. Piece of cake. Of course! They used the pulley system. It was so obvious, I suppose it just slipped my mind. Oh! A pulley system? Like what you'd use in a well? How would that help in this situation? It's not as tricky as it seems. Here, I'll break it down for you with a diagram. No matter how many times the chandelier has been dropped, it can always be raised back to the ceiling using the wall switch. That mechanism can bear considerable weight, so much so that it was able to lift a voluptuous vixen like myself with ease. Hoisting dear Senior up would have been even easier, considering how much lighter he is. You're saying you rode the chandelier up to the ceiling? Oh yes, it was quite the wild ride. Plus I discovered a juicy clue when I reached the top. It was a hook, the one the wire was probably hung on. It's designed for mountaineering, so it'd be sturdy enough to withstand the tension. With the wire draped over the hook, then tied to the chandelier, you could adjust the slack in the wire with a sharp jerk. Dear Senior would have been bound to the ceiling, unable to do a thing. What a horrible trick. The traces of necrosis on Senior Detective's limbs indicated he was pinned up there for some time. I shudder to think of it. With this pulley system in place, all that will remain is to descend the chandelier with a rope and wait for someone to open the door. But how would you gather up the rope you used to climb down the chandelier? Oh, you precious dimwit, you. There are so many ways one can collect it after the fact. For example, if you use the bowline or slipknot, you can undo it upon reaching the ground with a simple tug. I'll show you sometime. I'm at a loss for how to respond when presented with these not options as if they were obvious possibilities. Aside from armor, no one seems phased, as if it was just common detective knowledge. I really am terrifyingly out of my depth. There you have it. The culprit finished their preparations long before we even arrived on the island and put the manor behind them. And then I opened the door, triggering the trap, yanking the wire with the pulley system and slicing Senior Detective apart. Think that someone could orchestrate such a kill while their victim remained down in the basement. I just can't fathom it. I feel a shiver run down my spine at the hidden culprit's ingenuity, as well as their barbarity. What a craven deed! Using another's hand instead of dirtying one's own to commit so heinous an act! It's beyond forgiveness! So the torn piece of carpet I found in the entrance hall was cut by the wires that shot up from the basement, right? Correct. I analyzed the fragment and can attest with 100% certainty that it was severed by the wire. When the wire was pulled up through the gap, it shifted and sliced the carpet in one spot. Therefore, the culprit never did a trial run. How sloppy they must be to leave so many clues. Never stood a chance at besting me, heir to the illustrious Pinkerton name. But the question still remains. Who's responsible for this? Is it not clearly this commoner who opened the door? He was disreputable from the start. No, once the trick was set up, the culprit would merely have to wait for someone to inevitably open the door. In other words, it could have been anyone. Triggering the trap may make incompetent the prime suspect, but he's still one of our own. Now hold on here, workaholic! What could you possibly mean by that? We spent hours traveling here from the mainland today! In what universe could any of us have been responsible for this crime? Your suggestion is deplorable, even for a commoner. Those peeps and snarks were killed like over a day ago, right? Doesn't that mean one of us could have done it back then? The killer could have wiped out everyone on the island, set up the trap, and then vowed to meet up with us and put on the innocent act. If the culprit's really the quartering duke, they could totally pull that off. A piece of trash is literally the worst. He's like the reason we even have to be here in the first place. The nerve! How dare they turn us on one another! Hey now! Let's back up a bit here. It's something that makes this even worse, you know.
Renegade detective cuts in gleefully. Even worse? How do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Things would be fine if we could still track down the culprit. Worst case scenario, they've already escaped from the island. The atmosphere tenses in an instant. As much as we'd hoped to believe otherwise, it was a possibility we couldn't ignore. If we're assuming this is the work of the quartering duke, isn't it only rational to conclude that he's booked it by now? He successfully destroyed HQ after all, even left us with the parting gift of senior detective's murder. Why stay after that? If it were me, I'd hightail it the second I was able, never to return. That way I wouldn't even be suspected. Unless I had a strong motive to do otherwise, that is. No one can argue with Renegade's words. I suppose it takes a homicidal maniac to give us some perspective on another. Just like he said, it'd be counterintuitive for the culprit to remain or even return to the island at this point. The case is... Yep. If anyone's to blame, we may as well be wild mass guessing. That's an impasse if I ever saw one. I examine everyone's faces again. Their eyes are filled with a suspicion and hostility that wasn't there before. I believed I could trust them just moments ago, but now a dark shadow hangs above us. If the culprit already fled, we'll never track down Senior Detective's killer, but if they're still here, they could very well be among us. Either way, it's a bitter pill to swallow. It's no surprise the team's morale is taking a hit. Stiff upper lip, ladies and gentlemen. This investigation hasn't ended yet. Holmes' voice dispels the gloom. It's true. Regardless of our actions, the reality of the situation is a tragic one. However, it's a detective's duty to attend to the aftermath of any tragedy. If we hesitate, who else will take the mantle? Huh? Holmes sends a wink my way before making her announcement. As mentioned previously, the culprit made one fatal error, which I shall now share with you all. After all, reversing tragedies is precisely what we must do, ladies and gentlemen. The group falls silent, listening intently to what Ideal has to say. This particular trick, anyone could have performed the killing act, so long as the proper preparations were made. It's possible the perpetrator has already fled, though if they're still present, they could very well be part of the DA. As Holmes intended to turn this desperate situation around. I believe someone has yet to share their theory. Incompetent, you know to whom I refer, yes? The investigator who hasn't spoken yet is... I'm pretty sure it's a firm. Haven't spoken much at all, yeah. Bookworm, you were looking at the fireplace when you noticed something, right? What was it you saw?
So you were spying on me then? Get lost and die, Humbert, said the girl to the perverted youth, her detest for him clear on her face.
What? No, that's not! That's enough, Bookie. Apologies, incompetent. I'm afraid her social graces are a bit lacking.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I give a strained laugh as I attempt to recover from the mental blow I was just dealt. Weren't you chomping at the bit to tell everyone about the fireplace? Come out and say it.
I intend to, whether or not I was asked. Huffed the girl, matter-of-factly, before beginning her explanation. When we first entered, this fire was lit. Something felt off about this, so I spent my time pondering the matter. The girl began.
Something was off? What matter are you talking about?
This style of hearth isn't commonplace in this country. There's no surprise that you would be unaware these fires don't burn for long. Unless wood is added regularly, they will not last more than 6 hours. Even 5 would be an exceptional amount of time.
So it really needs to be tended to. Isn't it possible someone started a fire because they were feeling cold? I know it's March, but this island gets pretty chilly.
No proper detective would use a fireplace at a crime scene, said the girl, chiding the would-be offender. Oh, right.
It's as Bookie says. I doubt there is a soul among us who would use the fireplace in this situation. The only individual who would is the culprit. They had some incentive to ignite these flames. It happened within the last several hours.
You both noticed something vital. The very act of lighting the fire was quite a blunder on the perpetrator's behalf. It appears they were unaware of how long the fire would burn. That is precisely why they lit it. There was no other choice.
They had to light the fire?
Indeed, all to dispose of the gloves necessary to manipulate the wire saw.
Saying this, Holmes fishes a single black glove from her pocket and waves it at us.
As you all know, said wire saw is so fine that it requires specially made gloves to handle, gloves which the culprit possessed. Were these gloves to be found on any of our persons, the owner would be quite suspect. Ergo, their only recourse was to burn them.
With that, Holmes flings the gloves into the fireplace. It disappears into the flames, hissing all the while. May have been made of sturdy material, but it clearly wasn't fireproof.
I managed to find the burnt remains of a glove in the fireplace, a girl reported to the chief.
So the glove didn't burn entirely, despite the heat. Perhaps forming a pact with the Ifrits would have better served them.
Not sure what that means, so we'll just ignore that, the girl said dismissively. Brilliant discovery, Bookworm. From this we can deduce that the culprit lit this fire in an attempt to dispose of the gloves. Now, what further conclusions can we draw? I'm sure you could tell us, Mystic.
Naturally. Had the culprit escaped the manor, they could have discarded the gloves any number of ways, not least of which being the ocean. The fact that they attempted to do so within the manor instead suggests that a getaway was not in the cards.
Yes, precisely so, Mystic. The sole path from Gormenghast to Snarks is a straight shot. Apart from that, there was only a cliff no person could easily descend. Most importantly, during the several hours after our arrival, we never failed to keep watch. Not one soul fled from the building. Put it another way, whoever lit the fire is still inside the manor as we speak, said the girl, following the chief's logic.
They're still inside the manor? Detectives each eye each other suspiciously. But of course, why wouldn't they? If the culprit is still inside the manor, that means they're hiding within our group.
Remain calm, ladies and gentlemen. While it is dispiriting to have the culprit among us, there is one more fact critical than any other. The fact that the quartering duke is, without question, inside this very manor.
How could you be so sure?
It's all thanks to your turning up here, incompetent.
Me? What do you mean? Holmes chuckles lightly before continuing.
The quartering duke you see did not account for your presence. 2 fatal errors suggest that this is the case. Firstly, a trace of the crime still remains. Had it all gone accordingly, I suspect the original plan would leave no such evidence. And as Renegade pointed out, we would have assumed the Duke already escaped, throwing our investigation into disarray. I see. If the Duke's goal wasn't to put us off his scent, there wouldn't have been any reason to engineer such a complex murder. For all intents and purposes, it should have been an unsolvable case. However, incompetent triggered the trap earlier than anticipated. What's more, he passed out in the entryway. The culprit was likely panicking inside the manor. With all the windows lifted, the front door was the only means of escape. But, with this boy unconscious by the door, the chance of him waking and catching them as they fled was too great a risk. With no knowledge of his background or ability, it would be unwise to try and kill him. As the others were en route, the culprit opted to hide. Plus, truth, they saw their chance and used the fireplace to dispose of the evidence. Well, my deduction is quite sound, yes? No one contradicts Holmes' statements. She's right. If there was any irregularity in the culprit's plan, it would be me. I may lack experience, and I failed to save Senior. But it's thanks to me that a major flaw was introduced to the murderer's plan. It's a bit ironic, really. What can I say? I never considered that possibility. You have some nerve saying that after all your misleading comments. I'd wager that you had this figured out, but decided to stir the pot anyway. Now wait just a moment! How can you be so certain the quartering Duke is the culprit? The Duke's murders are characterized by two simultaneous victims. Even with the deceased staff here, this case is entirely different. Therein lies their second mistake, Posh. Posh falls silent. Holmes turns her gaze to me, then smiles coldly before getting into the heart of the matter. In the original plan, the individual who opened the door was intended to spring the trap and die alongside Senior Detective. As to say, failing to produce a second victim was the quartering Duke's greatest mistake. Beg pardon? Oh. Now I remember. When the trap sprung, I felt a pain in my head that led me to avoid the trap. By all means, I should have died right then. In other words, I narrowly avoided a tragic fate as the quartering Duke's latest victim. Hold on! Aren't we a bit quick to assume this was the Duke's doing just because there could have been two victims? It may just be another copycat, you feel me? Stop asking questions you know the answer to, Renegade Detective. A fellow serial killer such as yourself ought to understand, This was not simply to sow the seeds of discord, it was a declaration of war. Killing Senior in such a risky way is proof of that. Reveal the truth, or you will all be dismembered. That is what he means to tell us. Things are getting interesting. I, for one, am ready to have a ball, my dear Holmes. With Renegade Detective satisfied, Holmes claps once, turning the attention back to her. Very good. Now to briefly summarize. The quartering Duke came to the island on a few days prior to our arrival, murdering all personnel present. Hold on. He affixed Senior Detective to a chandelier, ensuring he would be killed when it descended. Following that, the Duke left the manor. Later, while we were at the research facility, he sent a message to me using Senior's voice, luring a portion of our group back to the manor. In doing so, whoever opened the door to the manor would die at the same moment as Senior, producing two victims, the Duke's modus operandi. It was also meant to conceal the Duke's presence and facilitate his escape amidst the chaos. Or, so went the plan, at least. But it was this exact moment when things went awry, when an unforeseen individual triggered the trap earlier than expected. This deviation prevented the culprit from fleeing. In their panic, they disposed of the evidence in the fireplace, but it didn't burn completely. So concludes my synopsis. Now we must ask, surely as the irregularity, you can tell us incompetent.
me review. Am I using it as an excuse to listen to the track a bit more? Maybe. He's still inside the manor. The quartering duke is inside the manor.
Precisely. The quartering duke himself stands among our ranks. We must take advantage of this opportunity incompetence has granted us. Having suffered blow after blow, it is now our turn to act. The game is afoot. Let's bring an end to this tragedy drenched in deceit.
Culprit unknown. Cause of death dismembered by wire saw. The culprit killed senior detective from afar by using the chandelier trap and wire saw. Notes: this gimmick was set up in advance, making it hard to pin down the culprit. They remain unidentified, but must be inside the manor. S rank, yo, nice.
Sure thing, girl, but can we, put a pause on the whole investigation thing?
Given the situation, downtown's casual demeanor feels monumentally out of place.
We pretty much solved the mystery. All we gotta do now is, catch the bad guy, yeah? Why don't we take a break and chill for a bit? No lie, I'm mad hungry right now. Besides, it's not like talking in circles is gonna go anywhere if we're all running on empty.
Here, here, Lady Downtown. Pray, let us heed her wisdom. I mean, alright, sure, I guess. The culprit was unable to make their escape, correct? In which case, we ought to regain our strength and prepare for the battles to come.
A valid point. Factoring in travel time, we've been going at it non-stop for about a day and a half so far.
Holmes chuckles ruefully at Downtown and Armor's comments, but speaks with a clear, firm voice.
Let's take turns standing watch at the door. In the meantime, as Downtown suggested, the rest of us can relax and enjoy a meal.
If he's, it's in our ranks, I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. With Holmes' words, the group lets out a collective sigh of relief. No one has to say it, we're all clearly exhausted. Detectives chatter away as we head towards the dining room. The atmosphere has finally become calm and relaxed. Despite that, the tightness in my chest won't disappear. I groan quietly as I feel another migraine coming on. Just like when the chandelier fell, as if I'm not myself.
Hey, you good, dude? Does your head feel okay? I got some painkillers if you need them.
You mustn't overexert yourself. Hold tight, for I shall be your seat to the dining hall.
It's fine. I really don't need to be carried.
After some time, the pain recedes. I can't understand it. Why is my body such a wreck right now? Hey, Downtown, could I get one of those painkillers later? Just in case.
Sure, no prob. Just don't forget, you owe me one now.
I do.
Now come on, let's hit the dining hall. Don't want anyone getting all sus about us hanging back too long, you know?
Downtown doesn't wait for me to respond, instead pulling my hand and leading me into the dining hall. The dining room is buzzing with chatter. Some ingredients were left in the refrigerator, so Gourmet Detective cooked us a meal. Workaholic, Renegade, and Doful agree to keep watch while the rest of us gather around the lengthy dining room table.
Alright everyone, soup's on! I already tasted the ingredients for poison, so kick back, relax, and enjoy the meal. Poison? But that could have killed you! It would have been much easier and safer to use my forensic friend, Quickie Licky. No worries, little man. This stuff ain't enough to bring down Gourmet anyway. It's like this, see? She didn't guzzle down any old poison like it were a sody pop. Oh, Rowdy, when you put it like that, I practically sound like a monster. I've sampled all sorts of toxins since I was a kid, so I guess I built up a tolerance. Cyanide has too much of a kick, though, even for me. Alright. So you really do have a super palate. How alarmingly impressive. Oh my gosh, this spaghetti is the bomb! You're like just as good at cooking as you are at eating, Gourmet.
She is a freak, but I love her.
Indeed, the sauce is excellent, rich yet refreshing, with a complex taste that lingers in the mouth. Just what is this sauce precisely? Downtown, figure it out, won't you? Who, me? How should I know? Can you at least give the mystery-solving stick a rest while we're eating? But life is full of mysteries, is it not? As detectives, it's our job, our legacy even, to find them.
Eureka! This bittersweet's flavor is surely lemon, is it not?
Not quite. I can't see lemons having any place in this sauce.
What? Rubbish! Lemons are exceptionally juicy!
Shouts to Rubbish.
So, who the heck wants a juicy sauce? Wait, how are you even gonna eat in all that metal?
The slits in my helm, of course! Behold!
Ew, you are so nasty. Like, for real.
Do not slip your carrots into my soup, Bookie. Without them, you will be doomed to never grow any taller.
Carrots smell of dirt. They're disgusting, and I hate them. And although vitamins do impact your health, they won't affect the body's growth. Therefore, not eating them will not impede my height. Your logic is flawed, said the girl, swiftly destroying his flimsy argument.
Enough dawdling. Eat your dinner. Gourmet took the time to boil the carrots, making them both tender and easy to eat.
Listen to Mystic now, Bookworm. A detective cannot afford to be picky. My, how nostalgic! As a girl, I simply loathed bean sprouts. Refused to take even a single bite, in fact. But now they're my absolute favorite. Bean sprouts? That sounds like a rather humble meal for a member of the distinguished Pinkerton family, the girl said, her eyes growing wide. Well,
Her family has fallen on hard times of late, and now does security work to make a living. Even so, you're looking at the woman who revived their...
we haven't the time for your hearsay! The Pinkertons are now, as ever, the very finest of detectives! Rest assured, I shall reveal the true nature of the quartering duke and unveil the truth! You'll all see soon enough!
I'm unable to mask the surprise in my face as I listen to the others chat in harmony. Even after seeing something so horrible, they're still able to have a normal meal. It goes to show how amazing they are. I, on the other hand, haven't been able to take a single bite of the food on my plate. Before me is a savory soup full of hearty veggies, toasted baguette slices, and fluffy eggs scrambled together with smoked meat. All the food looks as delicious as it is inviting, yet I can't will the hand holding my spoon to budge even an inch. No matter how hard I try, can't keep the grisly sight from earlier out of my head. Everyone else saw the same thing as me, but I'm the only one paralyzed by it. How pathetic can I be? I mean, I'm a member of the Alliance myself. I need to strengthen my mental fortitude so murder scenes won't bother me this much. You look rather tense. Are you quite alright? Holmes is seated next to me, her voice a low whisper, such that only I can hear it. Sorry, I just had something on my mind. Don't worry about me. You're a poor liar. That murder scene robbed you of your appetite, didn't it? Huh? I gawk at how easily she sees through me.
It's plain as day from the look on your face. Not to mention this is something everyone who fancies himself as a detective has gone through.
Ah, right. I'll try to get used to it as quickly as I can.
Oh, now. No need for that. Homicides aren't something you should get accustomed to.
Huh? What do you mean? I blow out the question before I can stop myself.
Precisely what I said. It's not uncommon for detectives to encounter tragedy. But even so, we mustn't consider it a mere fact of life. Observe. Though the others seem cheerful, you'll catch a strained look on their faces from time to time. Such cheer is intentionally projected, so as to cope with the tragedy we failed to prevent.
They're doing it on purpose? Looking at the group, I can see hints of tension during the lulls in conversation. I see. So it's not that everyone just instantly moved on from Senior Detective's murder. Rather, they're stealing themselves, shrouding their weakness as they continue to untangle this mystery. Anyone who considers death and violence a daily reality has no business calling themselves a detective. Those who are brave, who abhor tragedies and work tirelessly to reverse the damage they cause, those are the true detectives. So you too must steel yourself. Wato, be a true detective, one who will never give in, no matter what may befall you. Yeah. My hand is still frozen in place, gripping my spoon, but no matter how long it takes, I'll finish this meal in front of me. Not only that, I'll become a real detective, just like Holmes said. Everyone, come quick! Workaholic's voice echoes through the room. I turn to see his flustered face at the doorway. There's a bright light by the heliport next to the research facility. The culprit could be attempting to escape by air. What? The group rushes outside the manor. Take a look over yonder. Just what could be making that glow? I'm sensing serious danger. Whatever it is, I don't think we should get close to it. Renegade points off into the distance, where something is definitely shining. The paved area over there is a heliport, which means that light could belong to a helicopter. Though I didn't see anything there when I checked before. I'm seeing something. It's big and oval. It's big and oval and standing on the heliport. It's painted black, so I can't make it out too good, but my gut says it's real bad news. Probably a trap set by the op. But we need to make certain. If it truly is a helicopter, our inaction will allow the perpetrator to flee. Now wait one moment! We passed by the heliport earlier and there wasn't a single thing to be found! How could there suddenly be an entire aircraft? It's impossible! I've heard there's a hangar located beneath the heliport. They could have lured us to the manor in order to slip away. Which means we need to get moving at once. Without delay, Ideal begins doling out orders to each detective. Workaholic, Posh, Downtown, Techie, Mystic, and Bookworm, all of you will stay here. Once we make our move, the enemy may target the manor. Be on your guard. Very well. We'll handle things here. Be careful, Chief. The base will not be breached on our watch. This I vow. Very good. I'm counting on you all, my fellow detectives. Armor, Rowdy, Gourmet, and Renegade, I want you to accompany me to the heliport. Doleful, get the high ground and keep watch. If anything seems amiss, contact me via D-pad immediately. I'd like to come too! Doleful interrupts Holmes, his voice wavering. Oh, with all that trembling and shaking. Just look at the state you're in. You're sensing something quite horrific, aren't you? Are you certain you'll be alright? Just keeping watch with Rowdy would be doing plenty. I'm definitely afraid, but my ability only works if I myself am in danger. That's why I want to stay close, not keep my distance. That's the whole reason I'm here! Well said, little man. Don't sweat it. I've got your back, see? I mean, I look it, but I'm 17, you know. You're older than me? My bad. Didn't mean to patronize, just slug me to make it even. As for you, incompetent, what will you do? What we discover may be even more disturbing than what we encountered before. Will you remain at the manor, or come with us? I will. I'll make a save. Ah, never mind. The most consistent punchline when I make a save about when there's about to be a big choice, only for there to be one option. I mean, there sometimes are multiple choices, but you know, it's happened. The one option thing has happened more than once at this point, too. I'll come with you, Holmes. I'm a member of the DA myself, after all. Right. I'm glad to hear it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Onward towards the light. Let's see precisely what trap the enemy has laid for us. I feel an odd sense of calm on the mountain path, despite the underlying tension. It's likely because I'm surrounded by so many talented detectives. As long as we're together, there's nothing we can't handle. I'm certain of it. And most importantly, Holmes is by my side. She's without a doubt the finest detective around. Her abilities are, well, ideal as the chief of this skilled bunch. We've spent only a few hours together up until now, and yet, getting to experience the talents of the DA's members has been enough to eclipse even the Duke's overwhelming tyranny. Honestly speaking, no matter how fearsome this Duke is, I can't imagine these detectives could ever be defeated. Even with the uncertainty of whatever trap our investigation may uncover, I rest assured that everything will be fine. You're just really laying it on thick, aren't you, buddy?
Well, Rowdy, we've descended quite a ways. Are you able to identify the source of that light yet? Nope, sorry. I can make out the outline, but no clue what it actually is. Don't seem like no helicopter I've ever seen, though. More like a giant metal drum with a huge shiny eye on it.
A giant drum? It's getting increasingly difficult to determine what the object may be. Helicopter or not, we should have been able to identify it by now. Naturally, our pace begins to quicken.
Careful, Ideal. Whatever it is, it smells terrible.
This scheme is making me tingle, and the perp's got a real knack for this. Stay back, Sir Tofu. No matter what befalls us, I shall protect you all.
Okay.
As we talk, the light draws closer. Until... It's target again!
That sound, shit, it started moving!
Moving? As Rowdy shouts, the light which had been glowing in front of us begins to approach. At that moment, Doleful's face goes white and he lets out a cry beside me.
Everyone, we need to run! My senses are telling me that certain death is coming! Back to the manor, ladies and gentlemen, make haste!
At Holmes' command, we turn our backs to the light and begin to run. In the distance, I hear an ominous mechanical sound. The noise grows louder and louder until it's bearing down upon us. I look back, a horrific figure is practically on top of the group. Everyone! I shall rendezvous with you at the manor! Armor! I hear Armor heading towards the sound. But then... What is that? Armor screams echo from behind. What could have happened? I need to help him, but is there really anything I can do? What in the world's going on back there? Even if I won't make a difference, it's still better than not even trying. My mind made up, I do an about face. First thing I do is notice Holmes, who must have just turned around herself. And right in my line of sight, I spot it. A colossal, ominous black shadow. Just as Rowdy said, it resembles a giant metal drum. Its figure, several meters tall, looms above us. It looks down and then rushes forward while emitting a shrill mechanical noise. Wait, that's... The trauma I suffered years ago resurfaces in my mind. The very same thing that attacked us back then, but why is it at DA headquarters? So that's how it is. A comment slips from Holmes' mouth, as if the presence of this thing confirmed her suspicions. She raises herself and lifts her fist before issuing her command.
Don't turn back! I'll buy it some time, so you go on ahead!
But...
I said go! You're no match for it, even as a group!
Damn moron! If anyone should be on the rear guard, it's me!
Ideal is far stronger than you, Rowdy. I know it's difficult, but we should trust her on this one. This is all my fault. All because of me, someone else is going to...
Save those tears for later. Need to figure out some way to deal with this. Despite our conflicted feelings, the group begins to run. But what should I do? Can I really just leave Holmes behind?
Don't tell me. I failed to protect you a second time. Don't make me repeat myself.
Holmes glances my way. Her profile beams with a deep, genuine happiness.
You saved me once already. Now it's my turn to do the same for you.
Okay. I steel myself and turn my back to Holmes. I take off in a sprint, with every ounce of strength in my body, as if I'm running from the very reality unfolding behind me. I hear a grating, clangorous sound, as if something metallic were being struck. The overbearing noise that had been pursuing us now recedes into the distance. It must be Holmes's doing. She's chief of the DA for a reason. Surely she could hold her own against that monstrous thing. Maybe, just maybe, my concern is misplaced. It'll be fine. If anyone can handle this and make it back safely, it's Holmes. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. As if sensing Holmes' gratitude, I find myself turning around to face her. Behind me, I see a fountain of bright crimson spray into the moonlight. It catches the light briefly before showering down on the ground below. A beautiful white figure is suspended amid the scarlet. Her presence, which felt so imposing only a moment ago, seems insignificant now. Her limbs, once graceful, now hang like a marionette with its strings cut. The sight seems so unreal, I doubt my own eyes. However, the sounds of rending flesh and spraying blood snap me back to reality. The blades of that pitch-black monster pierce through her slender body, arcing upwards into the sky with strings of red. The merciless act is repeated once, twice, 3 times in a vivid, unadulterated display of violence. Psyche's body, which had barely remained standing, begins to sink limply toward the ground. I try to yell, but no words come out. My throat quakes, unable to muster the sounds. As her body slumps to the earth, my voice finally rings out. Oh! Hey, we hit the OP. We got it. Woo! What an opener! What a game, huh? Captain, that was the opening. God, yeah, I think I'll definitely be seeing this through to the end on stream, probably. Unless something comes up, but you know, I kind of doubt it. I got time. Yeah, no, strong first impression. I think I need to, like, adjust myself a little bit more to, like, the investigation system, but, like, you know, everything else has been, like, really, really strong so far, so, you know, I'm sure I'll learn. Yo, shit, Kingdom Hearts challenge? There he goes, sinking into the water. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sure once this is done, they'll give me a saves button, then I'll probably be wrapping up for tonight. But man, I went for 4 hours. I didn't feel those 4 hours at all. Like, I still have like I still have a good bit of energy, but my voice is starting to go a little. So, you know, probably it's a good time. We don't want to marathon too long. I got a week ahead of me. You know what? Actually, yeah. I think it's fine. I think that's probably as fine enough as any place. Doink. Alrighty. Yep. Good stream so far. Really good game. We'll see how it continues to shake out as we go through it. But for now, this game will return on schedule on Wednesday, because we're not doing Ace Attorney this week. So, tomorrow I'll be doing Metroid Prime 2 if I can get it all set up. So, keep an eye out for that. And I'll get going for now. Thank you for watching. See you around.